Hey friends, my name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but all is well now. That flight footage you were just watching was the 75mm Walksnail carbon fiber framed build, chasing little RC drift cars around. It's very easy to tell the difference between these two rigs. One, because this has duct in view, unfortunately, in the very corners here, right up here, and right up here. And also, I have not changed the camera settings on this. This is, you're looking right now at completely stone stock Walksnail camera settings in a very, very, very low light room here. No sunlight coming on the outside. You can see the wobbles and the bobbles of the 75mm rig. Something you're probably not used to. The 65mm rig is much better when it comes to like flight stability and pretty much everything, to be really honest. I've not found runtime is the 75mm build here will run for about I was getting, I think, about 3 minutes, a little shy of 3 minutes, which is great, but that's on a big 450 mAh battery, whereas the little 65, you got to come home right at 2 minutes when chasing these little guys. So, yeah, the runtime is definitely better on the 75mm rig, but like, it's so much harder to fly. Like, I'm crashing way more often. I'm unable to get down and dirty and like right on these guys' doors. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit more. We're also going to hopefully get the 65mm Freestyle Walksnail rig bound up, set up in Betaflight, and up in the air on these really cool 603 30,000s. What could we name a motor? Just like gangly gang related, you know what I mean? King related. What'd be a cool name for a motor? Can you guys think of anything? Let me put this video link into places where people might be able to see it. Discord. Hold on. Come on, Discord. Really? Really, Discord? There it goes. Okay. So let's come in here and general nonsense and there we go. Kevin Sumner already did it. Thank you, Kevin. Today at 7:05. All right, good. So the new link is over on Discord, and let me also hop over here to Patreon, and I'm just gonna change the, how do we even get there? Where do I look at posts? Oh, did I not? Oh. Did I not put up a, I didn't put this up on, really? What's wrong with me? I didn't put this up on Patreon. That would explain it. I guess I didn't put it on Facebook either. Very weird. Okay, there's that, and live stream, and embed video URL. There it is. Embed, and come here, and we'll go edit, and all right, cool. So now folks will get a Patreon email. Cool. So, okay. Better late than never getting the stream properly set up here. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's good to go. This is, of course, also a Q&A live stream, as they all are. Ask any questions that you've got, and we'll talk through them. Let's dive right into the drifty footage. I'm so sorry I said that out loud. Hey, no, on the previous live stream, Hockey Rounds was first, Freelojo was next, Mick Mucus, Northern Tier, Brandon Woodford, Freelojo, Douglas Otwell, Simon, Hendrix Freakazoid, Kevin Sumner, Hockey Rounds again, McMucus again, Limits 20, Drone Camps RC is here, what's up, dude? Hockey Rounds, Winder, McMucus, Squirrely Nuts. Alright, so I can close the old chat window out. Looks like in the now in here, we've also got Brandon Woodford, Chuck Feltnick, Justin Time FPV, One Arm RC, Scott FPV, Northern Tier, Freelojo, JOI Last. Yikes. Hockey Rounds, Raven, Kevin Sumner's in here, Frank Nicholas, Ethan W, FPV Greybush, Kevin the Alien. What's up, everybody? Thanks for bearing with me. I guess it would be. All right, so we are going to jump into the footage from last night, and I'm just going to kind of like let this. I'm just going to let this footage roll, and I'm going to talk over it. So let me make sure that I'm looking at the right. Okay, so last night starts at Avatar G22. And it goes down to 39. Okay, cool. So 22 is where things begin. So the keep an eye up in the corners here, and you'll be able to tell if it's the six. I mean, you'll be able to tell if it's the 65 or the 75 just by how I'm flying and like how I'm able to kind of adjust my altitude and whatnot. You'll see. It'll be pretty obvious. Is there any reason to leave this OSD on here? Flight time. It's kind of cool that it gives you the flight time. You can keep track of that, but I mean, we can just look at the the length of the files themselves. I mean, like, look at that. Like the ability on the 65 rig to just stay low and stay down at their level is absolutely night and day. It's lighter, it's more responsive, it's quicker, it is just like I don't know, man. I've spent all this time and effort. I've spent so much time and effort on 75mm builds, and other than like Jungle Gym bashing, I just can't find anything that they really do better when I have no like if anything, I would be saying, like, I'm trying to find things that they do better because I keep pissing my time and effort away on them. Like, if they did something better, I would say it. I'm not paid off by big 65mm. Like, I have no reason to you know? It has to be a one-word name, Kevin. It has to be, like, something, yeah, something quick and catchy and all right, so let's go back here. We're already on G29. Let's go back to the beginning here, and all right, yeah. So this is where I started to record. Man, the camera, the difference in the camera settings is unbelievable. Ready? So this is me like having dialed in settings over. I think I've chased these guys 3 times now with the Walksnail rigs. And so I've been slowly kind of changing some of the settings on the Walksnail camera. So that's what you're looking at now. And now watch this. Watch how much worse it is on the stone stock settings. I'm just going to leave the OSD up. It's kind of ugly, but there's some cool info in there. There, look at that. Look how much worse that looks. The main thing is that this has some kind of extra gain to pull a little bit of extra brightness in from the shadows. But that extra brightness that it pulls in is so noisy, and it just makes everything look super noisy. So yeah, man, changing the Walksnail settings on the camera in the goggles is magic. You can really improve the quality quite a bit. So all right, hold on. Let's go back again. I'm gonna go back to 22 and. This is going to push us to 23, and... Okay, cool. There we go. So yeah, bunch of... the drivers at this event, I mean, these guys are, like, really, really good. It's super, super impressive. And last night was no exception. There was a couple cars I hadn't seen before being driven by people that were really, really good. It took me a minute to kind of get warmed up, but... what you're looking at right now is the 65mm carbon framed setup. Camera proud, all down in front, nice and low. And let me get you a weight on this. Let's weigh them both. So 65 versus 75 is the main topic of the night tonight. And the 65mm rig dry, no battery, is 26.35 grams, so call it 26.4. And then the 75mm motor-to-motor rig is 33.48, call it 33.5. So 33.5 grams versus 26.5 grams. 33 versus 26, basically, right? But then you put the batteries in there, and the situation is even more exaggerated. All up, the 65mm rig that you're watching right now is 34.86 grams. Let's just call it 35 grams. 35 grams all up weight with the Walksnail setup. And then the 75mm rig with the 450 mAh battery. Technically, I could fly this on the 300 mAh battery, but the runtime would get even worse than the 65, so there's really no reason to do that. You kind of have to fly this thing on the 450 battery. 45.9 grams, call it 46 grams. So 46 grams all up weight versus 35 grams all up weight. That is massive. That is an 11 gram difference down like at the 50 gram number. That is huge. That's like what's that, 20%? It's a 20% weight increase. So on a 5-inch rig, 20% of, let's say 700. Boy, oh boy, when you stop doing math in your head, it's just gone forever. So a medium weight 5-inch rig, 700 times 0.20. That's, oh my god. I didn't expect the number to be that big. That's like adding 140 grams. Yo, 140 gram difference. That's going from 700 grams to 840. No wonder this felt the way that it did. I was subtly hoping that like the 75mm rig would be like, I don't know, it would have like a more cinematic look to it. It would be smoother, you know, all the things that everybody that spends a whole bunch of time and effort building a 75mm rig says. Yeah, I was hoping that any of those things would come true, but none of them came true. And yeah, extra runtime was the only thing, but like it's extra runtime flying like hell. Hey, they also got the center set of monitors working up here. So I mean, you can see right there. We're displaying the Walksnail footage live out through HDMI. And so I also noticed something last night. Last night was the first time that I flew a whole bunch of batteries in a row. Now we're to the 75mm footage. I mean, look at the difference, but in just the way that it flies. The 75 just like loafs around in the air like a fat shit. Like an 840-gram 5-inch rig. Can you imagine? Can you imagine chasing drift cars with a 700-gram 5-inch rig and then changing to an 840-gram 5-inch rig? Get the hell out of here. This is the first time that... I didn't mean to do that. This is the first time that I've had this guy with the crown ducts mounted down lower below the carbon fiber frame. So this is the lightest that this thing has ever been. And good God, could I notice it. I think I saved like a gram and a half, maybe. So previous, for anybody that hasn't been kind of following along over the past couple of months, this 65mm Walksnail carbon fiber framed build has been through a bunch of different ducts. And the majority of the ducts that I've screwed down to it have been really stiff prototype ducts that I've got from, that I had laying around from Weebleed and from Newbie Drone. And something that I didn't notice at the time, that I noticed when I put these more production Weebleed crown ducts on it, which are made of a more flexible plastic, is that those harder, higher density plastics are way heavier. And so, yeah, once I got these production-ish, Weebleed is selling these frames with this material. They haven't specifically like said and done a massive run yet, but I don't think they're going to change anything. So I'm just going to start calling these the production ducts from Weebleed, the crown frame. Yeah, when I put these on, I saved about a gram and a half, and like, yeah, flying this thing last night was like a revelation. It was weird. Like, previous to last night, when I would fly the analog version of this, which is 6 grams lighter, which is a big difference, it was like brilliant. Like, I could do everything I wanted to do. I was like nailed down to the deck. I could jump up over the cars and do like some freestyle-ish stuff. It felt so good. Admittedly, I did not fly that rig at all last night. I just didn't. So it could just be that I didn't have that baseline to compare this to. Last night, all I did was fly the 2 Walksnail rigs, the 65 Walksnail rig and the 75 Walksnail rig, all night long. And I was so happy with the way that this 65mm rig was flying. Like, so either I just didn't have that baseline, and enough time has gone by where I don't remember how amazing the analog rig flies. Next time I go here, they're going to start doing it on Tuesdays too, which will be really cool, because then for Whoop Wednesday, I'll have a bunch of this footage and stories to tell you. Yeah, I'm going to, next time I go do this, I'm going to make sure that I put the analog rig up in the air, because saving another 6 grams should be absolute magic. But I was really, really, really happy last night with the way this thing is flying. The happiest I've ever been. Like, I've always kind of flown this and been like, oh man, it feels fat and I can't do everything that I want to. But with the further reduction in weight and maybe putting these ducts on the bottom of the frame has something to do with it. Maybe it's a better kind of setup. It was just, I was just loving it, man. I really had an absolute blast last night flying this thing. Here's the other thing I'll say, is that having the ducts sit lower, so the prop line is like perfectly centered in the duct, I absolutely noticed that I was able to bump into cars and bounce right off of them a lot easier. Look at the reaction I got from these guys. They didn't know it was there. It was hysterical. Yeah, I mean, you'll see it in the flight footage. Like, I'm bumping into these guys and just bouncing right off of them, and it almost never stalled the propeller out and had it crash. See that little bump there? Just bounces right off. Good to go. The prop slides right past. For anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, on pretty much all of these frames, other than the Newbie Drone Cockroach V3, the duct line here, the flat vertical part of the duct, is too high. And when you bump into stuff, the propeller actually contacts the vertical support piece here, and that stalls the propeller out, and it falls out of the air. By mounting these crown ducts on the bottom of this carbon fiber frame, or if you've got a freestyle build, by using a Cockroach 65 V3 frame, the tip of the propeller slides around the middle of the vertical part of the duct, so when you hit something, it just skims along the vertical plastic rather than smacking into this support and stalling out. And I could really notice that last night. I was really impressed by that. So yeah, man, this rig right here that I've been flying, look at that. Like, I'm able to just sit it down there. Like, it's so goddamn good. I love it so much. My God, I had such a good time last night flying this thing. Like, and again, it totally could have been that, like, the 75mm. See, look, again, bumping into them, just bouncing right off. It could totally have been that the 75mm version of this is so bad that just flying this felt so good in comparison. I'll be able to answer more of that next week because I'm going to fly the analog version of this, like I said. But yeah, man, this thing felt amazing last night. It felt like rock solid, no prop wash whatsoever, even when I was getting super low to the carpet. Super fun, man. I was having an absolute blast. Again, there's no gray up in the corners here, so this is still the 65mm rig. We need to, man, well, it'll be fine. I mean, now that we're on the other side of daylight savings time and there's going to be sun later in the day, there'll be sunlight coming through all these windows here that you can see in the background, and that'll lighten this up totally fine. But like right now in the depths of winter, this place is super dark. None of the fluorescent lights overhead are on. The only light that we have is coming from these little silly LED streetlight things and these racetrack pieces of artwork up on the ceiling here, which are just like LED strips. So it's really dark in here. It's kind of impressive that Walksnail is able to pull this much light out of here. Like the Insta360 Go 2, I don't think it would work at all at this level of darkness. All of the Insta360 Go 2 footage that I've got is from the middle of the year when there was sunlight coming through the blinds. I would stop flying that thing once the sun would go down during the summertime because it would start to just look like hell. So yeah, I say that because there's these like horizontal kind of lines in the footage sometimes, and that's the sensor just really bumping the ISO crazy high to try to get any amount of light out of here, just because it's so dark. This is a super challenging lighting situation. To give you guys some idea, a GoPro in here, it's useless. We've flown full-size Cinewhoops around in here, and the GoPro footage is completely worthless. It's just like completely dark. It just is awful. And what that also means is that 03 footage would be worthless in here. Like flying an 03 rig in here would just be a complete waste of time, because they don't deal with, that's one of the problems with all of the split cameras, but the 03 in specific is that the low light performance is just nowhere near. Like the 03 system low light performance is not as good as GoPro, and GoPro was worthless in here to give you some idea. So yeah, there's that. Let's get into some, at some point here I'll start flying the 75. Again last night I had this Betaflight board. This is the Betaflight Cross AIO, the one that all the racers run. Yet again last night I had it in between batteries just lose bind for no real reason, and I had to rebind it. not the end of the world. I mean, you just unplug it and plug it 3 times and then hit the bind button on the module, but still, that's very annoying. Has anybody else with the Betaflight 1S AIO had that experience? I've never really heard of that. That's me stupidly doing a power loop with the cinematic rig. I really try to not crash this little rig because it's on the carbon fiber frame, which is really brutal on the motors. And yeah, like with a cinematic rig, you just don't want to crash it. You want it to be you want there to be like no vibrations, fresh props, clean motors. But I can't help myself sometimes. More and more flying with the 65mm rig, getting comfortable, getting down and dirty with these little drifty boys. This charger that was leading here, he was a little bit less experienced and he was going a little bit more slow than the other guys. I have like the faster these guys go, the easier it is for me. That's kind of the case across the board. As you go faster, and you increase your forward pitch, more of the thrust is going rearwards and less of the thrust is going downwards. And what that does for you is it gives you much better throttle resolution. So like one of the reasons that I run so much throttle expo to be able to do this, I run like a value of 50, is that I'm flying around so flat to the ground that any little change in the throttle, almost all of that thrust goes down and it makes the rig jump up. Basically the faster you go, the less vertical thrust that you have throughout the throttle throw. So like if you get these things stood all the way up, you can go from 0 throttle to full throttle and you will barely inch up in the air. So that's like the most possible throttle resolution you'll ever have. You can move that throttle stick all the way up and down and it's only gonna, at full throttle, it's only gonna barely gain altitude. That is like the max. You know, you can't possibly have more throttle resolution than that. Otherwise, the damn thing wouldn't fly at all, right? So the more experienced the driver, the faster he's going to be going, and the easier my job is to kind of keep the elevation down low. And that, again, that's sort of another problem with the 75mm rig, is that it has to make more power, more thrust. I mean, I guess I could throttle limit it down to have the same power to weight ratio as the 65, but yeah, again, so now you're really, by this point, you should be really dialed in on the way that the 65mm rig flies and the way that I'm able to fly it. You're obviously not in the 65mm rig right now because you're looking at the damn thing. So this is the 75mm build. You can see up in the corners, we've got a little bit of duct in view. You can also see that the camera is not quite even. This is the problem with these carbon fiber frames and the way that they mount the camera. It's just guesswork if the camera is going to be straight or not, and in this case it is not. There's a lot less duct in view on the left than on the right, so this camera is tilted to the side a little bit. And if you've never flown with a camera tilted to the side, good lord, is it confusing. Like, you'll go to shoot a gap and you'll put the gap in the dead center of the camera and you'll just smash into the side of the gap. The whole time you're flying, everything is coming at you a little bit sideways, and it's really disorienting. It's not disorienting, it's just, you just fly bad. You fly poorly because there's not a, there's just no consistency. And like every other rig you've ever flown, the camera has been straight forward. So like you're completely used to the camera pointing straight ahead. I forget what I was doing. There was something going on. All right, so here's the 75mm rig. Absolutely identical builds. Same AIO, same Walksnail system, BT 2.0, same antennas. Actually, the antenna on the 75mm build is a little bit shorter, so if anything, it's a little bit lighter. Different motors, of course. The 65mm rig you've been watching is on Moblite FPV Screamers, the 702 32,500 kV motors. This rig that you're watching right now is on the lightest motors that I could, which are the iGao 0802 1.5mm shaft, 27,000 kV motors. They're both on Gemfan bi-blades. Obviously, the one you're watching now is on the bigger bi-blades, which are great. I absolutely love these propellers. I really love these propellers with these motors. This is the powertrain that I have on the Jungle Gym Basher, and Jesus, it makes so much power on there. Like 0802 27,000 kV is ridiculous on the 1.6 inch Gemfan bi-blades. It's really, really, really good. But you tack on an extra. Well, here let's weigh the Jungle Gym Basher versus the Walksnail rig. That's really that is the sort of magical weight comparison. This is going to be drastically different because the Jungle Gym Basher I power off of the 300 mAh batteries because of the fact that it's lighter weight, it gets good enough runtime there. This more cinematic 75mm rig I'm putting up in the air on the 450 mAh batteries because I'm unwilling to have a 1 minute and 15 second or 1 minute and 20 second runtime, which is what this would basically be on a 300 mAh battery. It would be very easy to make that change. It's just these TPU pieces. I could just change these TPU pieces out and run the lighter weight batteries on here, but I'm not going to do that because the runtime on the 65mm rig is already like at my limit. Like 2 minutes, I never want to be less than 2 minutes. So the 75mm rig, yes, it's got bigger propellers, but it's significantly heavier, and the extra weight is going to hurt the runtime much more than the bigger propellers are going to increase the runtime. So let's do dry weights first. The Jungle Gym Basher, which is 75mm, same motors, analog, is 24.3 grams. And then the dry weight of the Walksnail rig is 33.5 grams. So 33 versus 24, let's just say. But then you add the bigger batteries in. The Walksnail rig really needs this bigger battery. So with the bigger battery, we're at 46 grams on the Walksnail rig. I'm now rounding a little bit. 46 grams versus the all-up weight on the Jungle Gym Basher, which is 32. So yeah, you can really start to see what's kind of going on there. Like those are and again, as we always say, like the raw number of grams is less important than the percentage. You got to think of this stuff in percentages, not, hey, 6 extra grams is no big deal. So between the Jungle Gym Basher, so we're at 46. I got to just do it again. 46 and call it 33. I'm just going to round off. 33 to 46. That's 13 grams. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's like 40% extra weight or something like that. Like, of course, that really makes it obvious why the Jungle Gym Basher rig has an amazing power to weight ratio, but this rig that I'm no longer flying on the screen here has a pretty abysmal power to weight ratio. We looked at, I flew this a bunch on Wednesday and on Monday. Thank you so much, Bryce Miller. I'm going to read your comment in a second. I flew this a bunch on Wednesday and Monday with the different motor options, the 802 27,000s and also the Flywoo 1002 23,500s. And there was almost no difference in power to weight between these two motors, which is actually really impressive for the Flywoo motors because 23,500 kV is way lower. But these Gemfan 1608 tri-blades are really well suited to this 1002 motor, as are these 802s on the bi-blades. But this rig being heavier and you needing to use more throttle to keep it up in the air really benefited these 1002s. So if I was going to leave this together, I would maybe think about running it on the 1002s, but the problem with the 1002s is they're even heavier. It's like it gains another 2+ grams on these 1002 motors. So yeah, I don't know. All that being said, I'm not going to keep it together because, hey, look, we got through all the flight footage. Cool. I'm not going to keep it together because it just flies nowhere near as good as the 65, and it's got ducts in view. Like, what the hell? And it's got ducts in view with 0 up tilt. Like, I was pretty sure that this wasn't going to fly as good as this for chasing the RC drift cars, but I built this because I was like, well, it'll be kind of cool to be able to haul around the bigger battery, get more runtime, go faster with no ducts in view. Well, now that there's ducts in view, it's pointless. Like, there's just... yeah, like it doesn't really serve a single purpose. So this is going to get torn apart and dropped directly into another one of these. So I'm going to have 2 of these guys, which is going to be really, really nice when one of them decides to lose its bind for no reason. Instead of sitting there dicking around with it, I'll just throw it in my bag and grab the other one. So all is well that kind of ends well. Previously I was going to fly this thing around outside to see how it is outside, but like, why? It's not going to do anything better than doing this same build in a regular plastic frame, right? Plastic frame is going to get you better durability for your motors, more thrust, more efficiency, like all the things are better. And with the camera up on top here, if you add like 30 degrees of up tilt, you barely have any duct in view. So why wouldn't you? And to be honest, with this build, the duct in view is at the bottom of the frame, which is much less obtrusive than with this thing where it's like up here in the corners of the frame. Like, what the hell? Like, that, I don't want to see it here. If anything, I just want it down the bottom where I'm not usually looking, right? We usually look up towards the top of the frame. So yeah, this is I'm super annoyed because I'm like deep in this build, you know? Like, I've got like probably 5 or 6 hours into this build, and it feels terrible to just pull it apart. But I can't find anything that, like, can you guys think of something that this is like a reason? Runtime, right? Okay, so, but again, you can get even more runtime on this. Like, this little guy does everything better chasing the drift cars and being laser accurate, and then a regular old plastic framed setup does everything freestyle better. There's nothing left. So yeah, I'm super disappointed, man. I really thought there was going to be something magic about this. And I've also done this as an analog build. I've done this carbon fiber frame 75 thing as an analog build and put many batteries through it. And in the end, the plastic frame setup was just better across the board. So, yeah, I tried, man. I really did. I gotta get that red onesie fund out of here. Hey, Kevin Sumner, are you still in here? Kevin, tag me if you're still in here, by the way. I was digging through my emails, and I think I missed an unbelievably... I might not have. Usually when I'm going through my email during the stream, and somebody does a PayPal or something like that, I will give a shout out to that person and then delete the email. There was an incredibly generous PayPal email from Kevin Sumner that I did not delete, which means that I might have missed it during the during the 12-hour stream. So there's actually another. So Mark FPV hopped onto the Patreon. Welcome to the Gangly Gang. Oh no, I'm sorry, not Mark. Mac FPV. Welcome to the Gangly Gang, brother. Thank you, brother, for your support. But then Kevin Sumner did a $163 PayPal. He says onesie. I don't know how to spell that word, and spell check doesn't like any of those. So there, I might have already put that in here. I think I didn't though, because look at this number. I think Kevin was. Luckily, I wore the onesie for like 2 extra hours, which is maybe the reason why I subconsciously did that was that Kevin did this. But yeah, before this, actually, we're gonna leave this up the rest of the night. just in honor of Kevin's extremely generous super chat. So 7, 8, 9, 10. So that goes to 0, carry the 1, 4, and then it was 6. So 4 plus 6 is 10. 0, carry the 1, 8 to 9, and then there it is. That's the real number that we got to. Kevin, holy Christ, man, thank you so much. Super, super, super generous. My God. I'm very glad that I wore the onesie for an extra 2 hours on the stream. Jackalope rightfully says you're obligated to bust out the onesie. Fair enough. Shit, did I put it all the way upstairs? Farts. I think I put it all the way upstairs and in the closet. Do me a favor, somebody remind me. I'll wear it for the entire Sunday stream. We're gonna leave this up, and I will wear the onesie for 2 full hours in honor of Kevin's extremely generous PayPal there for the Sunday live stream. If I forget, remind me as early as you can on Sunday, and I'll go grab the damn thing. So yeah, I'm a little bit more caught up than I was. Marco's unread, and all right, cool. All right, here we go. Let me get caught up on Chad. Just in Time says, hey, if you want to talk directly to me in the Chad, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV. When you do that, it lights up an orange for me, and I know that you're talking directly to me. Just in Time says, hey, what's up, everyone? Did anyone manage to get a prop popper from Tiny Whoop? Oh, God, did they go back out of stock again? I saw a post earlier saying that the biggest shipment of prop poppers was on the way. Was that loud enough? Hold on. Did that work? It's too low. Let's crank it up, fucker. It's a little bit better. Did they sell immediately out? What's it called? The prop popper? Oh, missed it again. I wanted to buy a bunch of them for the giveaways. Oh, I missed them again. God damn it. I missed it again. Oh, God. I'm super happy that I got the one that I've got. I'm very lucky to have one. Most people don't. Oh, man. Oh, well. Oh, well. One prop popper per person. Well, you know what? That's... yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. As much as I do want to get a few and do giveaways, I would rather everybody get their one from tinywhoop.com. So, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Everybody get their one. Sorry. It's just the way it is. All right. So, any questions about the carbon fiber framed 65 versus 75 builds? Any comments? Any you're an idiots? Put them into the chat now. I'm gonna go all the way through it and get caught up, and then you're probably never gonna see this again. I'm off stream. I am gonna tear this down and build an exact copy of this, which is just gonna be a joy. Because all I'm going to have to do is unscrew the motors, unscrew the stack, prop this one little TPU thing out, and then just plop this into another one of these frames that I've got and just slap it all together. That's great. Thank God that I didn't do anything like weird and wacky on this one that's specific to this bigger frame. So, yeah. Any questions, let me know. I kind of now have an extra set of these iGao 802 27,000 kV motors. I might hold on to them, fair warning, but if you're desperate for them, although I think they're still in stock, aren't they? Tiny Whoop got a massive amount of motors in. It's considered a regular 802. Oh, it is sold out. Okay, so if anybody is desperate for these, let me know. Although, like I said, I might actually keep them. But at the moment, I have a set of the original ones that are in the darker blue, and then I've got 2 sets of these that are in the new purple-ish color, which like confuses me because like I really like this darker blue. I like the purple too, but I like this darker blue better, but I don't have any extras of these, so when I break one of these, it's game over. So what I might do is pull these off and just hoard them like a shit, and then put these purple ones on, because this is the junk. This is the basher. So I want these purple ones on the basher so that I can replace them when I break them. So yeah, I'm probably gonna hoard these OG blue ones just because I like this OG blue. Sorry. I'm a hoarder, man. What can I say? Because there will be what will I put these on? I will. Oh, of course, the freestyle. Yeah, right. I'm waiting for. Do I have an AIO for? Oh, yeah. Newbie Kelvin at Newbie Drone found a Hummingbird V2 AIO that he's gonna send me to replace my. Oh God, what's it called? The other AIO that I got. Neutron. To replace my Neutron AIO. And that Neutron AIO was the one that I built the Walksnail 75 freestyle rig with. So yes, I will use that Hummingbird on to get that freestyle 75mm Walksnail build up in the air. And I will, and I was gonna use the snowblower motors on that, but now that I see how hard of a time these 802 27,000 kV motors had, there's no way in hell I'm doing that. So what this actually means is that I think I'm gonna sell those snowblower 802 25,000 kV motors, but I did just see that those are in stock on tinyhoop.com, so. Buy them from there if you want them. Eventually they'll go out of stock, and my set of snowblowers will be the only ones that you can buy. So eventually, yes, one of you will be able to buy them. But for right now, you might as well buy them from Tiny Whoop. I haven't flown them or anything. They are absolutely brand new. But yeah, get them from Tiny Whoop, yo. No reason not to. So there's that, which is interesting. Let me get caught up on chat. Northern Tier says, stream tonight. Happy Friday, gang the gang. CiottiFPV cheers. Freelojo says, motor name, longest year ever. Yeah, who's got motor name suggestions for us? Anybody? Hockey Round says, name them too much KV. Drone Camps is making some pho. Very cool. P. Richard Scott's in the house. What's up, homie? P. Richard Scott rightly says Ciotti has RC drift car drivers stopping and waiting for him to turtle mode. Yeah, there was one of the newer guys last night. I was chasing him, and like I think twice in a row I crashed in front of him, and he just stopped and patiently waited for me to turtle mode back over and then come back off, and then he kept going. I usually will tell the guys like, "Hey, just smash into me, it's fine." He might have been doing it because like he wanted to be on camera, and so I didn't say anything. But it was just super funny to see that. It was just like it was either like a sign of respect or a sign of like selfish ego-ness. Of I want to be on camera the whole time, bro. So that was funny to see. Yeah, he was a newer guy, so I don't think I had explained to him that these things are indestructible. And like one might think, like, hey, let me not run over the guy flying the cool thing with the cool like live view on the monitor in front of me. So that and Patrick noticed it. It was just I just thought that was hysterical. Kevin Sumner says King's cans. That's what I'm talking about. Like that's a perfect example. Like That's much more what I'm looking for. I'm if that's close. That's close. I let's keep thinking. Freela just says, how about long wire? What's that mean? Long wire? I don't get that. I'm sure I'm just being smooth brained. Nate Adams says, just got the new Nano 3 HDZero cam and the lens does not fit in the Mobula 7 HDZero. Wait, what? HDZero cam. Got a favorite canopy. Oh, canopy. It doesn't fit in the Mobula 7 HDZero canopy. Got a favorite canopy for 65 and 75. Okay, so you got the Nano V3 HDZero camera. Let me take a look at that. Nano HDZero Nano V3. Okay, so it looks like it has like a regular, let's say, sized lens. It's not like the infinitely small analog Nano 3. Oh, man. Did you guys really have to name this Nano 3? I guess it's nice that they put the V in there, but... So now we got to be careful because there's the... Oh, wait, no, this is an HDZero cam. Sorry, but it's made by RunCam. So, yeah, we got to be a little bit careful. We now have a RunCam Nano V3 HDZero cam, but we've also got a RunCam Nano 3 analog camera. So and they're very, very, very different. Okay, so you're trying to put this in a canopy on a tiny whoop. Okay, so what you want is the HDZero canopy. You want the Mobula 6, I'm sorry, Walksnail canopy. Yeah, there you go. So this is what you want. Give that a second to load. You might be able to... You can probably get the regular... Well, no, you can't. No, you can't. Sorry. You've got the screw mount. You have to screw mount that thing. Never mind. Yeah, so this is going to be the lightest weight canopy option for you. Happy Model / Crux 3, Mobula 8 baseline replacement canopy, analog, and Walksnail. This is going to be the lightest weight. This canopy is not all that durable. Buy a few of these. I would say buy like 3 of these damn things. It's really nice because it's super lightweight, but it tends to crack here on the side mounts. There's just not a lot of meat on these little mounts here. So buy a few of these. Your other option is probably not sold anymore. You might be able to make this one work. The Larva X canopy. Snag this one. It's screw mount. It pushes the camera forward a little bit, and it's only $3. So snag one of these. This one might work. When it comes to these tiny whoop canopies, guys, every single time you do an order, get a few of them. Just have every single canopy. It'll cost you like $20 total to have every canopy that's ever been manufactured, and eventually there'll be a camera and quad that are a perfect match for every single one of those canopies. So yeah, every time you do an order, buy all of the tiny whoop canopies that company sells. This one will not work. Fair warning, this is not a screw mount canopy. This is like a slot mount, although it does look like there's screws in it. There are 2 different versions of this. Oh, this is the screw mount version. Okay, I lied. You can try this one. This is going to be heavier but more durable, and you can take these stupid king crown things off the top. So snag one of these. It's well worth $5. There's another version of this canopy that is not screw mount. Which is what I thought that was, but apparently not. Okay, so it looks like that's all the canopies that GetFPV has. Let's just hop around real quick to a couple of the other websites. Canopy. There's that Betafpv one again. In my opinion, you do not want a 3D printed canopy. They are not strong enough, and they are typically pretty heavy. Yeah, see, this canopy is 2.5 grams. That's pretty fat, and it's $7. Good lord, that should be less than that. It's just 3D printed. Wow, Pyrodrone does not really have many. Huh. Okay. I've been doing this whole, like, buy every canopy thing for years, so I have a shitload of different canopies that'll work. So, there's one that I have in mind that would be perfect for you, but I believe it's starting to look like it's been discontinued. Might be able to find it on, like, Banggood. Okay, so here's another option for you. This is the new Newbie Drone Goober Canopy V2. There you go. And this is a screw mount canopy, so you'll be able to run this one as well. $5, just snag one. Look how cool it looks in purple. Looks like there's also yellow, black, and clear. Cool that RDQ has them. Newbie Drone also has these. So this is another option for you. This is going to be not as heavy as 3D printed canopies, but yeah, 1.5 grams. This has a little bit of weight to it. Luckily, it's got great lens protection though, so this is a good choice. So there's 3 different options for you. You're gonna dig one of those 3. I wish there's a really ultra durable canopy that used to be sold. I don't remember who the hell made it. But that was going to be the other suggestion. That was going to be like my completely bulletproof selection for you. But it doesn't look like it's made any... Well, hold on. Let's see. I don't know if I could just type canopy. No, I can't just type canopy in here. What about FPV canopy? Hey, there we go. No, I'm not gonna find it. It was sold a long time ago. It's clear. It's like perfectly round. I'm not even gonna show it to you. I'm not gonna get your hopes up by showing it to you, because it's just gonna make you cry. You know what's really funny is I really want one of these canopies here. For our driveway. There's a walnut tree that drops walnuts on the driveway that hit hard enough to leave dents in cars. So I want to put one of these canopies up as a trampoline for the walnuts. It's kind of insane that Banggood sells them. I would never buy one off Banggood because it would last 5 days in the sun and then disintegrate, I'm assuming, but kind of cool that they do sell them. When I was thinking about doing that, I was like, I don't know where the hell to get one of those. Well, there you go. Banggood to the rescue. Interesting. $43. Jesus, that's ridiculous. That's so cheap. $92 for 3 meters by 5 meters. I guess that's probably what I would need. Oh, square, rectangle, square. I guess I would do a rectangle. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Back. So there you go. There's my answer for you. Hopefully, one of those. I know that one of those canopies will work for you. Good question, Nate. Espander says, "Hey gang, the gang. Hi, CiottiFPV. Squirrely Nuts says, any chance a Hummingbird V3 won't need a retune if I swap the frame for a Fractal 65? It probably won't. Typically." So going to the Fractal frame, you're going in the right direction in terms of vibration isolation. So yeah, technically you should be able to make your tune more aggressive initially. Unfortunately, what's going to happen though is since that frame is going to have your motors rigidly mounted, every time you crash, you're going to bend your motor shafts a little bit more, and before long, the motor shafts are going to be wobbly, and you might then have to actually pull your tune down. So what I would do is just leave your tune alone, and it's going to give you a little bit of headroom, and you're going to use that headroom up as you start to crash the thing. And then I would actually like leave your tune alone permanently, and when the thing starts to get unruly, you know you need to change motors. And yeah, if you're gonna fly that thing hard, get used to that. Get a couple of extra sets of those motors, because you're gonna be changing them. I mean, it really depends. It depends on how often and how hard you crash. But for me, it was like I was killing a motor every other week, every week sometimes. It was very annoying. So yeah, that's one of my main complaints about all of the carbon fiber frames, is that they really bring out the weakest point in the whole tiny whoop when it comes to durability, which is the really thin motor shafts. And unfortunately, we don't have any like 702 motors with a 1.5 millimeter motor shaft, and we also don't have any really high kV motors with the 1.5 millimeter motor shaft that would make much sense on a 65 mil build. So Quadbod says, how about breathless for the V1 motors? Weezer's that's funny. Breathless for the first version, Weezer's for the second version, Gaspers for the third version. And if you ever get to 50,000 kV, the defibrillators. Nice. I like that. I like that every step of the way. Freelojo dropping the Patreon link. Thank you, dude. Hey, this is my full-time job. If you like these live streams and you want to support me, because I am completely crowdfunded by you beautiful people, head on over to CiottiFPV.com. My Patreon is where you get the most value, and it helps me out the most. They take the least percentage out. You can join the Patreon for as little as $3 a month, but if you do $5 a month and up, you'll be entered into some giveaways. As soon as you win a giveaway, you're going to win like minimum $40, $50 worth of stuff. If you're on the $5 tier, that's paid for damn near your whole year. So it makes an awful lot of sense to kick from the $3 to the $5 tier. Eventually you will win, and you'll make out like a goddamn bandit, bro. We do giveaways. We do 4 giveaways the first Monday of every single month. There's a Fiverr page where you can work one-on-one with me. There's an Etsy store where you can buy some stuff. Teespring store where you can buy some stuff like this awesome t-shirt. Show some love when you're out at the field flying. And then there's a whole bunch of affiliate links there. At this point, if you're doing an order on the internet, use someone's affiliate link. It makes a huge difference. It's free money, and you're going to end up watching their stuff on YouTube anyway. So help them out. The more money they've got, the more shit that they can buy to test for you, to tell you what to and not to buy. Freelojo dropping a... Is that a Linktree link? That's an interesting... tr.ee. I've never seen that before. Freeloader dropping the link to CiottiFPV.com as well. Quadbot says, hey, how did you get the footage on the big TVs? So they have a thing set up that splits their footage up onto the 4 monitors, and then they've got an HDMI cable that goes up through the ceiling, actually, and down into their control room in the back that plugs into a computer that they just have, like I don't know, they just play stuff on there. Sometimes there's NASCAR when I go in there. Sometimes there's drifting. I don't know what they have set up on the PC to play out video, but yeah. And I just yanked the HDMI cord out of the back of the PC. I take my V1 Walksnail goggles, and I have a USB-C to HDMI cable. And then I bought a female to female HDMI to HDMI adapter. And so I take their HDMI into the female, mine into the other female, and it works flawlessly. Although a couple of times last night, the USB connection here on the cable that I've got would ever so slightly disconnect, and the monitors would go black for a second. So I got to keep an eye on that. It's been hard to find cheap USB to HDMI cables. I'm on my 3rd one now. The first one... it would do that same thing. It would unplug really easily. The second one didn't work at all, and now this is the 3rd one. And I need them all to be like 10 plus feet long, because the control room is like back in the corner, and their cable doesn't have a ton of length. So yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. I'm gonna keep an eye on that though. It wasn't happening that much last night, but if it starts happening more and more, I will return this HDMI cable, the USB-C to HDMI cable, and I'll just keep buying different ones from Amazon until I find one that the little USB-C head on it is manufactured nice enough that it stays plugged in. Yeah, here's the little female to female adapter piece that I got. I've got the cover on it right now, but yeah, it just pops in there, and then their cable goes in here, and 1080p on their monitors. It looks so good. Like the quality looks so good at a Walksnail up on those monitors. It's just ridiculous, man. Like the reaction that I get from just random people that come into that place to pay to use the sim rigs is insane. Like every single person's just like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like there is currently the smallest drone I've ever seen whizzing around RC drift cars an inch away from them, being displayed live on 4 massive, like 60-inch fucking flat screens. Like, it is so funny. And like everybody so far, I've only had the cabling and everything set up to do this 2 events in a row, 2 nights in a row, 3 weeks ago and then last night. But both times, people have just gone. I've literally heard people say, well, I'm not going to watch them for real. I'm just going to watch them up on the screen. Because, like, you know, watching them for real, it's like, yeah, you're just looking down on them. And, like, it's cool for a second. But then to see what it looks like down low it just blows people's minds. So it's really fun. The reaction out of people is pretty amazing. Ethan W says, if you were to use the Moblite canopy on a plastic frame, would you be concerned that components on the Walksnail VTX would be knocked off? I'm considering doing that with mine, but I'm scared. Not really. I mean, they're just as susceptible on here. To me, the key is to put a true RC singularity antenna so that the antenna is the high point. And that way, the components on the top of the Walksnail VTX are never going to hit anything. And it's always going to sit up on here. But, I mean, with how slow and lightweight these things are, I would still not. I would not be worried about it. That being said, I'm not crashing these super hard. If I was gonna do a freestyle build with the camera up front, I guess maybe I'd be concerned. I don't know. It doesn't have the power though to be. I don't know. We'll see once I do maybe once I have the Walksnail set up in the plastic frame without all of the extra obstruction and weight from the carbon fiber frame. Maybe it will start making enough power to be like a more compelling freestyle rig. But I mean, these are some of the most powerful motors that we've got, and this would be a nightmare to fly freestyle. It's not. The 75mm Walksnail thing, it doesn't really make sense for freestyle, unless you're going to go to 2S. I think if you're going to kind of have to go to 2S in order to get enough power out of it, because when you go up to 75, it just gets so fat, it just gains so much weight. So yeah, that's. I don't know what I don't know where I stand on that, but hey. Simon says, your view on biblade versus tri-blade props is bang on. I've been pro-tri on learning curve of new tricks, but it was time to go back to biblades, and I love it. However, Gemfan Bly coming off is tiresome. Tried your tip, but it only works for so long. They need to sort their hole, huh? Here's the other way of getting props to stay on, Simon. Is that you take a safety pin or just a pin, something just with an infinitely small little sharp tip on it, and you take a little thing of super glue and you just squeeze the tiniest little bit of super glue out the top of the nozzle, and you pick that up with the tip of the pin, and then you take that infinitely small amount of super glue, you go into the propeller hole, and you just wipe it around in there. You want to get that super glue evenly dispersed around the inside of the hole in the propeller, and then you let it dry. That's the key part. Don't put it right on the motor and never get it off. Let it dry. Let it sit for like an hour. And then that will have hardened in there, and it will provide a bite and it works really well. The first time you put the propeller on after you've done that, it's going to be hard to get it on there, and it's going to stay on probably damn near forever. The only problem with doing that is that as soon as you do that, you'll push a bunch of that super glue out of there. Well, then when you take the propeller off, more of the super glue comes out. When you put it back on, more of the super glue comes out. By this point, there's practically none left. And then if you pull it off again, it's pretty much all gone. And you got to do that again, and it just gets kind of annoying. That's why the sharp tweezers in there to score up the plastic, when you drag the tweezers along the inside of the plastic hole, it's going to leave a divot, but then, like you can see by my knuckles here, it divots here, but then the plastic outside of it rises up, so that's going to bite against the prop a little bit more. The other thing that you can do is go to the 1.5mm motor shaft motors. That's got a physically bigger motor shaft, which has more surface area touching the propeller. And I never have the 1.5mm motor shaft motors and props pop off because of that. Kebab went down that road a long time ago with toothpicks, going from 1.5mm motor shafts to 2mm motor shafts because the propellers kept flying off on the 1.5mm shafts. It also helped with durability, but yeah, it was mainly to keep the propellers stuck on, so you didn't have to run the propeller screws. Bryce Miller with a $4.99 super chat. He says, if you had to replace the BI camera on a Hummingbird V3, what would you buy? I definitely did not crash mine in a warehouse. Bryce, I have tested a ton of different cameras on the Newbie drone boards. The Newbie drone boards use a different OSD setup, and it doesn't work as well as every other board's OSD setup. Newbie drone very obviously spent a bunch of effort pairing the BI camera perfectly with their OSD setup, because I have never found a camera to be anywhere near as good as the BI when you're running it through the Newbie drone OSD setup. So yeah, I'm going to recommend you go on Newbie Drone's website and get another BI camera. They sell that camera elsewhere. Do a Google search for NBD BI camera and you'll find it. It's also a really good camera. It's wide angle. It looks really nice. Basically the long and short of it is that the OSD setup that Newbie Drone uses is lighter weight, but it's a little bit more sort of muddy. And kind of cloudy. The OSD is a transparent layer that gets put in front of the video before the video gets sent out to the VTX. And so the BI camera basically has a lot of contrast. So when you put that kind of muddy layer in front of it, you end up with like a normal looking camera. All the other cameras that I've ever paired with the Newbie drone boards, they look extra washed out because the cameras don't have like an excessive amount of contrast, and then so they're already kind of washed out, and then you put that sort of washed out muddy layer in front and you end up with something that's kind of too washed out. So yeah, the BI camera, luckily the BI camera is great. It's one of my favorites. So yeah, if you've got a Newbie drone setup, just run that camera, do yourself a favor. Thank you for the generous super chat, my friend. Matty ORC says, why not tri-blades or quad blades? So quad blades on the Tiny Whoops are a complete deal breaker. They are way too heavy. There really aren't any motors that are big enough to control them properly for how heavy they are. If you were to put a motor big enough to control them, the whole Tiny Whoop would be way too heavy. And so there's this weird like intersection of the weight of the motor and the all-up weight of the rig. And with Tiny Whoops, we got to be really sensitive. We don't have a great power to weight ratio, so you really need to perfectly match the propeller with the motor. This is why the bi-blades are so good on Tiny Whoops. Running a Tiny Whoop, and why every single Tiny Whoop I've got basically is on the bi-blades. The bi-blade propeller is very lightweight. Of course it is. It has the least number of blades, right? And so by the propeller being lighter weight, we can shrink the motors down and run a physically smaller and lighter weight motor. And so we get better power to weight ratio. And now the initially when we did this, the problem was we didn't have enough RPM for the lighter weight propeller. Well, nowadays we have these 33,000, 36,000, 32,000, 32,500 kV motors. And now with that higher RPM, we've got the power back when we're running the bi-blade motors. This is something that has just transformed the way that these tiny whoops fly in the last like 6 or so months to a year. And so, yeah, the bi-blades are just absolute magic. Anybody who has run a high kV, small motored bi-blade setup knows that magic. It is just nuts, and it's really, really, really cool. The tri-blades are kind of, maybe sort of there. The racers still prefer the tri-blades because they give a little bit more grip in the corners for direction changes. For freestyle, we're not really doing that. The extra efficiency and power to weight power of the bi-blades really makes the biggest difference for us trying to get like off throttle throw and all the fun, you know, turn gravity off movements that we do with these things. P. Richard Scott says, put together a buy list, post it, I'm building 2. Deal. It's just an ultimate freestyle tiny whoop with the Walksnail light, come to think of it though. And the carbon frame. Although I am working on a different camera mount that should let us use plastic frames but still put the camera up front, and that will be a much better setup than the current one. So yeah, if you're desperate to do it now, this is totally fine. But pretty soon there'll be an even better setup. I think Quad 66 is helping me out, and we're just starting to figure out, like, we're actually talking today about bottom mounting the camera, and just having it be down here. But now that I think about it, that is the area that the battery takes up, isn't it? It sure is. So we're not doing that. We can't bottom mount it. That actually makes front middle mounting it a lot more difficult too. I did not realize that. Shit. Maybe the Cockroach 65 frame is a little bit better when it comes to that. Yeah, we're definitely not bottom mounting it though. That straight up will not work. Yeah, no. Well, we're just gonna have to really keep we're gonna have to really control where that shit. That battery really takes up that space that we're looking to use for the damn. Maybe back to the drawing board on that one. Hopefully we can drop the camera down at least a little bit. I want to try to get it up right up in here. But boy, oh boy, that look at that. That battery is just eating up that space. This is a different camera, but it's roughly the same size. So like it looks like that is as low as we could possibly get it. That would be fine. This is right side up now. That would be totally fine. The problem is going to be the bottom of the mount is going to have something there, and that's going to be pushing right up against the battery. So we're going to have to raise it up a little bit. But I mean, even that's totally fine. Once you have some up tilt on it, or forward tilt to start moving, that's kind of like nice and low. What we're trying to do is move the camera as far forward as we can to get as far forward as we need to get the ducts out of view, but also have it be as low as possible. One of the magical things that I will admit about this is that the camera is far forward and down nice and low. So when you're flying, the camera is like scraping on the ground. There you go. See the lens there? See how low that lens is to the ground, that literally makes it easier to fly, because in my goggles, in the camera view, when I get low to the ground, the carpet like starts to really come up the frame, and it's like very obvious that you're low to the ground. On something like this, where the camera's up here, there's like an inch between the camera and the ground. So when I get really low, it'll actually, the frame will hit the ground when I don't expect it to. Whereas with this, putting the camera up front, like you're gonna fill half your frame, half of your frame up with the carpet before, because like the camera will almost hit the ground first, not quite, but yeah. So there's that. I don't know. I'm really hoping that we can figure out a way to do it in the Cockroach V3 frame. That way we've got my favorite of the lightweight frames, with the camera up front, nice and low, practically no obstruction of thrust here below, super durable, made out of plastic, so on crashes it's not going to ruin the motors. The duct line is proper for the propeller, so I'll be able to bump into stuff and it'll bounce right off. Yeah, this would be ideal. But we'll see. We'll see. It's tough. It's tough to figure out how to get the camera where it wasn't really intended. I can't help but wonder if we could use these little hookers on the back of the frame, just run the frame backwards, and use these little hooks that are meant for Immortal T antennas, but they're way too wide. Like the TPU would need to like come in and grab the camera in some weird way. I don't know. I don't think that's a realistic way of doing it, but hopefully we'll figure something out. I guess the other thing we could do is run this thing sideways, put the camera here, run the battery left to right, and then we don't have the battery taking up that same area. The problem with that becomes getting the battery and the center of gravity correct, because if this is your vertical, you put the battery in here. Well, what you want to remember is out here, this is just plastic, and then this plastic cover, there's just air beneath that. The lithium is much heavier. So like taking this battery as it is right now, this is actually not going to be, and you can sometimes see, it's not quite heavy enough. Sometimes you can kind of pinch it like this and you'll see which way it falls, but it's so lightweight that it's not really wanting to bounce. My fingers are too fat. I would need to here, let me try it. I'm going to try bouncing it on two different sharp little bits. So if I lift this up, yeah, it immediately fell towards the front. There's more weight up here because this is all lithium, and then towards the back here, this is just some plastic and air. So trying to figure out exactly where the battery is going to be perfectly centered with the battery mounted left to right is all but impossible. And then if you crash, the battery is just going to slide, and now the rest, it's going to have more weight on the one side. That's going to overload those motors. This is the stupid little stuff that we have to pay attention to on tiny whoops because the power to weight ratio is so low. That's the kind of stuff that'll just wreck the flight performance. And like in the middle of the battery, like all of a sudden you bump it to the side, the battery shifts, and for the rest of the battery, it's flying like ass because the right side motors are having to work so much harder and they're overheating. So yeah, these are the little things you got to pay attention to with these extremely lightweight. This is what we're doing with these tiny whoops. Like the Ultimate Freestyle Tiny Whoop is like a super extreme tiny whoop build when you think about it, right? Like we are absolutely pushing the limits, and when you're doing that, you can't have like the CG go to hell. Like you're relying on the CG to be clean and correct for it to perform as good as it can. Otherwise, you're going to end up with something that flies like ass. So yeah, you got to pay attention to that. Nate Adams says 75 millimeters can be a Teddy chase rig. Could be, if the goddamn ducts weren't in view. Hockey Round says we need a new fund to throw money at soon. We will fix that on Sunday. Kevin Sumner says, what's up? Ricky says, considered using nylon screws for flight controller and VTX. I shaved 1.1 grams off my 65mm Fractal, used 2mm nylon screws. I had been using the Peak screws up until the most recent prior to last night, time that I'd gone to chase the RC drift cars actually. So I went to chase them, and I went to put this rig up in the air, which had the nylon screw, they all had nylon screws. I went to put this up in the air, and one of the motor shafts had slipped on the bell. I did not have the exact specific screwdriver that I used here with me. I just had like one other thin, small screwdriver. Luckily, one of the guys there had a little screwdriver kit with like 3 different size screwdriver tips. But the one that I had and the 3 tips that he had weren't quite perfect. Or when I was putting the nylon screws in, maybe I tightened them down a little bit too much, because all of a sudden I stripped out the nylon screws that were on this rig. Well, now the motor is stuck on there, so I had to break I really wanted to fly this, so I just said to hell with it. I mean, they're stripped out anyway. I'm gonna have to cut them off and break them anyway. So I just took the motor and just cranked on it and broke the nylon screws off. Well, now the fucking threads are buried up in the stator. So I spent like a half an hour fucking around there. This is also when they were having a drift competition that I was there with really good drivers. And here I am fucking around with these goddamn motors. Well, then I took one of the other builds that I was going to pull a motor off of, and the same goddamn thing happened. The nylon screw head stripped. And so on this rig, I had been using the Mobeetle peak screws, which have a conical head on them. On the other rig, I was using the Betaflight screws, which have a button head on them, and they stripped out too. And I just kind of came home and went, you know what? This shit ain't worth it. Like, it's just, yeah. I mean, I might try the Betaflight screws again, because they have a button head, and there is noticeably more plastic around the Phillips head part. I have also heard that there is a specific screwdriver for the peak screws that you can get from like McMaster Carr. I don't have that specific screwdriver. I would have to buy 2 of them, one for my gear, one for here. I don't know. I did not save nearly that much weight. I saved 0.35 of a gram switching over to nylon screws, probably because I only switched over to, so each motor has 3. Of course, I left the outside screw metal because that's the one that takes the most abuse, and I changed just the inside to nylon. Also, well, I guess, had I done it? I guess I hadn't done it in this particular build. The reason you saved so much weight is that on the Fractal build, you got to run extra long screws to go through the carbon fiber and through the plastic base. I don't have any screws long enough to do that on the Walksnail build. It wasn't this build. It was one of these regular framed builds. So yeah, it's just not serviceable enough. I mean, maybe if I snag that screwdriver one of these days, a couple of those screwdrivers, I should say, I'll try it again. But I was not impressed with the weight savings. I didn't think about the fact that I would save considerably more weight on this build because the screws are so much longer. So now you got me thinking, Ricky. Where'd you get those screws from, by the way? I think I should have... I meant to leave the tab opened. I found like the website that I think everybody is getting these peak screws from. And I left the tab open for a while. Where the hell is it? There it is. Got it. Solidspot.com. So yeah, here on this website, right, if you go to the very bottom, there's a specific screwdriver and driver bit. And if you look here, the head on this screwdriver is different than most. It's just like a straight, it doesn't have those angles here. So one of these days, I'll snag a couple of these screwdrivers. Well, I'm going to work on, before I go down this route, I'm going to see how Quad 66 and I can do with with getting the camera up front on the plastic frames, because the plastic frames are always going to perform better than the Fractal stuff, or than any of the carbon fiber stuff, to be honest. So this is going to be the main effort that I'm going to put forth. If for some reason we can't figure it out, or if for whatever reason it just doesn't perform as good as this, I'm not going to tear this apart. If I end up staying with this, I pretty much guarantee you, seeing that you saved 1.1 grams, which is significant, yeah, I will for sure get some, sounds like I need 2mm peak screws with the screwdriver and put them on this thing. That is very cool, Ricky. Thank you for pointing that out. And I will definitely be going with one of these pan heads. I will not go with these conicals. They stripped so easily. Holy Christ, did they strip easily. And there's one of these pan screws. There's one of these pan head screws that in the specs here, where are the specs? Here they are. In the specs here has much better tensile and torsional rupture force. I think it's the Chemist Type 3. But yeah, I'm going to wait on that. There's buttons for Peak and Rennie? What the hell? Hold on. These Peak and... Oh, look at that. Okay. So Rennie is reinforced nylon. Peak is... Oh, I forget. I forget what Peak stands for. Interesting. So they've got Rennie as well. Does anybody know offhand which... Oh, well, we don't... Recommended torque. Does anybody know offhand which one is... I would like to go with whichever one is less brittle. Wait, is it Tiny Whoop that... Here's the link to this, by the way, for anybody that wants it. Here's the... I think on tinywhoop.com... Jesse breaks down the difference between Peak and Rennie. Replacement screws, tiny screws with this material as rules of the medical industry, lightest and strongest. Screws made of 50% glass reinforced nylon as opposed to the usual 30% glass, making them much stronger than all other fiber reinforced polymers. Not a plastic expert, but I'm told this is the strongest plastic available on the planet. So it sounds like Rennie might be a little bit better for us, maybe. Particular blend of reinforcement will not absorb moisture. Okay. And then, hold on. Does he also sell Peak? Yep. Grand purchase. Peak is thermoplastic, super engineered plastic, superior physical, chemical properties, highly heat resistant, waterproof, high temperature resistance, strength is retained, outstanding friction shock fatigue resistance, makes seem expensive, medical industry, yep, screws are made of 50% glass, okay, all right, so I guess he doesn't. Peak versus Rennie. Here we go. Solid spot. Hooking us up. Peak. Rennie. Okay. Here we go. Oh, look at... Oh, my God. Is that cool? Yeah. I love these little things, man. Video games used to do these things all the time. So, Peak is... It looks like it's a little bit lighter. It's not quite as strong, though. So, I'm going to go with Rennie, for sure, for the strength. Peak is more chemical resistant, doesn't matter for us. Peak is more heat resistant, doesn't matter for... Interesting. Heat resistance. I wouldn't think that Tiny Whoop motors would get that hot. Looks like Rennie is a lot more expensive. Whatever, it's still fairly cheap. Yeah, the strength... Interesting. So basically, Rennie is... the Rennie screws are stronger but heavier. The Peak screws are lighter and less strong. No surprises there. Every single time something is lighter, it is also weaker. Not every single time, but in case the material is much more exotic, Yeah, True Preleg says snowboards are still in stock. They are indeed. Bob Noxious says, what's up, fam? And CiottiFPV. Freeloader says, winding reference long wire. Ah, interesting. I get it now, Freeloader. I get it. That's good. That is a deep cut there. Jesus. Kevin Sumner says, all HDZero official cameras are run cams. I did not know that. Very cool. One Arm RC says, Gangalosaurus Rex. Metaritson says, I don't hate it. Metaritson says, if you can put up with a tiny bit of extra weight, the BQE pickpocket canopy is a good 3D printed option. Very cool. Yeah, I have a custom printed. I used to have. I think I did a giveaway for it. A custom printed version of that canopy, and it was awesome. But you're right, it was heavy. Kevin Sumner says, does that Crux fit a standard size nano camera? I know that it fits the HDZero Nano Lite, but I think it's too small for the standard M8 lens. If it's too small for the standard M8 lens, just go in there with a little file and just open it up. You'll be fine. But again, those canopies are so cheap, just snag them all, and then one of them will be perfect. Yeah, you'll spend 20 bucks total to get every single canopy that exists, and then, hey, for every project, you've got a bunch of different options. Kevin Sumner says the McStinky. I wouldn't want to steal the McStinky mount name. That would be a fun name, though. Chick with a Stick is in the house. I did get your, I think it's an email with your address. Thank you for that. Very cool. Mick Mucus, Bob Knox is dropping the CiottiFPV.com link. Thank you for that. Mick Mucus says, is the lifespan of 300 mAh batteries shorter if you use them for 75mm whoops as opposed to 65? Enjoy the weekend. Probably, because the 75mm rig is going to pull more amps regardless. So yeah, I'm going to say yes. It is going to be a little bit shorter. It's 8:47, and we have not done the things that we need to do yet. This is the 65mm Freestyle. We talked about 65 versus 75 chasing. This is the 65mm Freestyle Walksnail build. I'm going to get this bound up. Let's see if it's ELRS 2.5 or 3.0. I'm just going to do this while I'm working through the rest of these chat comments that I'm tagged in. CiottiFPV says, I'm using a VRX and share mode. A VRX is connected to PC by video card and works amazingly, so you go wireless. Using a VRX and share mode. Interesting. I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of that before, but that sounds pretty slick. Julius EN, make sure you type CiottiFPV for it to light up in orange. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. So when you just type Ciotti, it doesn't do it, but if you type CiottiFPV, it'll light up in orange. I just happened to see that you typed my name now. Usually I only read the chat comments where folks have tagged me, just so that I don't have to read the entire chat. Quick question, would you rather recommend the Mobeetle 6 or the Mobula 6 for indoor freestyle flying? The Mobeetle sucks, stay away from it. The Diamond AIO is useless. Mobula 6 ELRS is as good as it gets for indoor freestyle flying. Do a motor swap, swap it BT 2.0, swap the frame, and you have exactly what you see me flying on most of these live streams. Hendrix Freakazoid says, I recently noticed my solder flux pen has a born-on date from January 2021 with a shelf life of 1 year. Should I toss it and get another one? I wait. Eventually, the stuff will get all gummed up and like sort of evaporate. I wait until that point. While you're at it, get a flux paste syringe. I like this a lot better, and I think you will too, than the flux pen, because you can put, since it's a paste, you can put more of it onto the joint. The flux pen, since it's a liquid, you touch it to the joint and that liquid like just flows out all over the place. This flux paste in the syringe has a smaller tip, so you can really put it exactly where you want it, and you can put like a little blob of it and it'll sit there. It works really, really, really well. So maybe get one of those now and don't replace your pen, and you'll probably never want another pen. CMYK says, what's up, Gangly Gang? And CiottiFPV, Biochi says, your opinion of best camera for 65 or 75 rig? Best. There is no best. There's just different. The preferred camera for me on analog, so I don't know if you're talking analog or Walksnail or HDZero. I'm going to assume analog. My preferred camera is the Runcam Nano 3, because it works with the best of the canopies. This is the Mobula 6 canopy that, like, this is really the only camera that works in this canopy. This is the lightest and strongest canopy, and this is the lightest camera. The image quality is good enough. There are probably one or two other analog cameras that you could argue have better image quality, but it's analog anyway, so it looks like hell. So I'm going to take the durability and the lightweight with a totally acceptable image quality over a more fragile, heavier camera with a heavier canopy that through disgusting analog is going to give you a 1% better image. So yeah, Runcam Nano 3 is my absolute favorite. But again, there is no best. There's just different, right? If you're looking for the best image quality, I don't know. I've done a ton of camera testing on these, and like they all look like shit. Like once they get to the goggles, like none of them really look all that good. So the durability, the lightweight, to me is just as, if not more important. As long as the camera doesn't look truly awful, right? Like there are cameras that look absolutely abysmal, and you stay away from those. The Runcam Nano 3 is not one of them. It looks totally fine. So yeah, it's my favorite that has the best balance of all the things, right? It's a balanced camera. Good on that little like chart that we were just looking at, the little pentagram chart. It you know, this camera is not all the way into the. It doesn't have like the best image quality or the most strength. It kind of does have the most strength. It would be the lightest weight. It would be all the way out on that chart for lightweight. But it's a camera that's average at everything versus having one thing that's really good and then it sucks at everything else. So yeah. Freelojo says on the crown frame front pop in with tabs for screws. Front pop in with tabs for screws. I have no idea what that means. Front pop in for tabs with screws. Yeah, I don't know what that means, brother. I'm sorry. Spell it out like I'm an 8-year-old. And I'll get it. Let me see if this will just magically bind. That would be cool, wouldn't it? We're going to plug it in 3 times. It's on the Betaflight AIO. 1, 2, 3. It is now in bind mode, double green flashing on my module here. I'm going to hold the button. Make sure it's not armed. I'm going to hold the button. Go up, 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 bind mode, press to send bind request. Let's see what happens. It's still double flashing green. It's not going to bind. It's on ELRS 3.0. All right, so I'll just swap the module right over. Oh man, is that annoying? That means I'm gonna have. Oh wait a second. Yeah, no. Oh, this is the Happy Model AIO on here. This is the Freestyle Walksnail build. That's right. So this is the Happy Model cross style AIO. So it is not surprising that this is on ELRS 3.0 because this is a newer AIO. So yeah, this is the module that has ELRS 3.0 on it. So let's go in here and same deal. Hold the button. Bind mode. Press to send bind request. Green flashing. There it is. Now it's bound. I think. It's triple flashing green. That's interesting. Hold on. Let's see. Power cycle it, and let's see if we get a solid green here. Green flashing. Oh, it's a triple flashing green, I believe, is a version mismatch, isn't it? Isn't that what triple flashing green means? We're not going to get this thing done tonight. Just pretend like we just go, hey, it flies, yay! Let's go back and do at least one battery on the, well, I mean, I didn't say that I was going to fly 6 batteries tonight. Let's struggle through. Let's struggle through ELRS for the end of the live stream. Who knows what triple green flashes mean on ELRS? Anybody? Julius N says, first time catching you live, super interested to listen to you. Quick question, what would you... Oh, okay, so we got that. What are some mods that you would make? Well, I actually gave you that answer without even... When you asked it previously. Oh, I guess you did say what mods you make. But yeah, here's your... I need to add this to my... to the description of my videos, but for the time being, if you go to fpvknowitall.com, I have done a ton of work on this website with Joshua. If you go to TinyWhoop, in here is the 65mm freestyle build. This is pretty much exactly what you want. This is the best build I've been able to figure out in 8 years of doing this. Happy Model Mobula 6 ELRS. Meteor 65 frame is totally a good option still. Nowadays, I'm doing the Newbie Drone Cockroach V3 frame. Can't go wrong with either one. True RC Ultra Short Antenna, BT 2.0, square cell batteries, 1210 Gemfan biblades, and then the motors are up to you. These 702 30,000s are great. The 32,000s are great. If you want to go completely ballistic, there are now 36,000 kV. But right here, 702 30,000 kV, if you're like less than a year into FPV or you just haven't focused a ton on flying really good, these 30,000s will have more than enough power. You'll probably want to motor limit them down a little bit. They are nuts. So yeah, can't go wrong with these 30,000s, but if you're going to put hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of batteries into tiny whooping and get really good, you might want to bump up to the 32,000s from Tiny Whoop, or the 32,500s from Weebleed, or maybe even the Firefly 36,000s from Tiny Whoop. So yeah, that's it, man. That's the best Tiny Whoop that you're going to be able to build for freestyle right there. And I'll have links in the video descriptions at some point here. I just got to generate all the affiliate links. Where are we at? Ricky says, not the motors, the flight controller, and VTX mount screws. And yes, that is where I got them. Oh, interesting. Flight controller and VTX mount screws. Wow, I never thought of using them up there. That's scary. Have you crashed it hard with that? I would not think that they would survive. That's interesting. 661 says, I use Rennie screws with the special driver, all 12. Not sure if it's better than Peak or what. Weebleed says Peak with the little emoji guy peeking. Metal Ritson says, check the continuous use temperatures. They're both hotter than what will toast a motor, I think. Nice. Good call, Metal. Kevin Sumner says, just Rex motors. Rex means king in Latin. That's interesting. Focus says, what up? Hope you had a great week. Same to all here. Freelojo says, bot is sick, so not streaming. Sick, not streaming, just check. Very cool. All right, so we don't have a cutoff at 9. Love it. CMYK says, should I run a stock Hummingbird F4 V3 at the race this weekend? Real question, did the BT 2.0 smoke the Hummingbird for you? I don't think so. I think the Bluejay .2 is what smoked the Hummingbird. My Hummingbird that I have 0.16 on, it's been totally fine on BT 2.0. I've run a bunch of batteries, so you should be fine. CMYKFPV says, red onesie is still on the table. I'm going to wear it on Sunday's live stream for the whole stream. Bioki says, thanks, you're welcome. Sorry, Biochi, I think. Kevin Summer says, when are you going to update everything to ELRS 3, Betaflight 4.4? When I have to. I don't know, man. This stuff is working, and there's just no benefit. Like, ELRS 3 does not help anything. I don't know. I will at some point. When I lose my mind, there's your answer. Mac FPV says triple blink, then pause, connected to transmitter, but mismatched model match configuration. God damn it. Freelojo says TPU mount that pops in the front of the crown frame to hold the HD cam. Oh, okay. Okay. What about it, Freelojo? What about it? 66 Quad 66 and I are working on something. For the newbie drone frame. Not for the crown frame, but it can probably be adapted. We'll see. Metaderson says, a few receivers come with model match turned on for some dumb reason. Check it's off in the Lua, and then also turn it off in the web interface once the receiver is in Wi-Fi mode. I have a really hard time getting the web interface to work. It's one of the biggest problems I have with ELRS is that once Wi-Fi mode is on the receivers, like for whatever reason, it just won't. My computer just won't see it, or if it does see it, it freezes up. It's super annoying. God damn it, it's model match related. What a pain in the ass. Brandon Woodford says free flashes is model match. If you go to the Lua, turn model match on, then off, it will stop blinking. I've had a few new receivers with model mismatch. Morton Upshot says triple flash is transmitter connected but model mismatched. I really wish that ELRS would function like Crossfire, in that when that happens, it says, hey, do you want to update? Yes, I want to update. Done. Yeah, the difference in usability of ELRS versus Crossfire is like night and day, in that Crossfire is simple and like just works, and for some reason ELRS just continues to be a nightmare. And like, I know it's not a nightmare for all of you, but most of you do not have like 15 to 20 different rigs with ELRS on them in all different versions with all different flight firmware. Like it's yeah. Like for me to just update is like hours and hours and hours and hours of work. So yeah, Freelo just says it's not firmware mismatch. Oh right, it's model mismatch. It's not seeing CiottiFPV as the model name. It is on 3. Hold on, then. Let's see. Hold up. Oh well, I can't do it via the Lua because I don't have. I never put the ELRS Lua onto the transmitter. Although will it load the Lua? Hold on, wirelessly maybe. Hold on. Let me see something here. Let me wait for it to give me the little connection. All right, so now it's connected. Holding the button. Tools. SD card, radio setup, global functions, trainer, hardware, version. Oh, I pulled the SD card out of this, and the SD card has all the Lua stuff on it. Because the SD card was making this run very slow. I think I still need to put the Lua stuff on here, right? Hold on, let me cycle the power on this. Cycle the power on this too, so it doesn't overheat. Can you turn off, please? For Christ's sakes. Oh, the transmitter is very confused. Oh, no, it's just running slow from the slow SD card. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. For Christ's sakes. Okay. Here we go. Oh my god, the transmitter runs so slow with this memory card in it. Alright. Oh, nope, that ain't it. Jesus. Morton Upshot says, dude, you can't be live streaming in the computer that you're using to connect over Wi-Fi to the receiver. I can, because I have a wired connection to the computer for the internet. Come on, man! Go to the next menu! There we go. Oh, wait, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. Yeah, no, I would have to put the Lua on the memory card. I already know how Lua scripts work. And I have not done that, so it's not gonna... Ugh, why does this memory card have to be so goddamn slow? Hold on. This is... I need to get the Lua scripts working. So let me grab a different memory card that's not going to be as... More Arbitrat says, ask JB to give you a walkthrough. I've watched his videos 18,000 times. Every time I need to do this, I watch his videos. So I've been given his walkthrough. Just trust me. I'm like, I know I'm dumb, but like I'm not that dumb. It doesn't work. There's something going on. Just take my word for it. Yeah, I don't know. It is just all over the damn place. All right, here we go. One of these memory cards must be faster. DCIM, event, movie, photo. Okay, cool. So I'm going to pull this card. I'm going to copy everything on the other card. And then I'm going to grab the Express LRS Lua stuff from, I guess, just ELRS.com or whatever the hell their website is. Christopher Delks is in the house. What's up, brother? He's a friend of mine from way back. Way back in Cherry Hill, New Jersey days. All right. Tiny Sack is the name of this memory card, of course. Boy, is it slow. Good God. Okay, so I'm just going to make a quick folder here. I'm going to grab all this shit. Can you please? All right, I'm going to drop this in here. And... all right, let's let that copy, and then I'm going to put that onto this other memory card, and hopefully that will have this transmitter not be so painfully slow, and then we can hook up to ELRS. Hold on, while I'm doing that, let me look here. ELRS Lua. Let's just let Google do the work. The Express LRS Lua script. All right. Download. So we're gonna, what is it? Option click to automatically download, I think. Nope. Open Apple click. Nope, that ain't it either. All right, click and save as. That's right. I thought option click was it. No, I don't want to save link as. What the hell? Why can't I? What? Bueller? Good Lord, why is this, why is there so much here? No, I don't want to save link as, you asshole. I need to save the fucking file. Why is option click not work? Option click. Oh, there it is. I just had to click it 14 times in a row. Okay, fine. This is still preparing to copy. Good Lord. Yeah, there's something wrong with this memory card. No wonder why I was making the transmitter run so slow. All right, so I've got the Lua now. That's great. ELRS V3 Lua. All right, cool. So yeah, once that's ready to go, where do I need to put it? In the scripts and then tools. Yep. That tracks. All right. Still waiting for this to copy. Jesus hell. Okay. Well, while we're doing that, we might as well fly a quick battery because it's just taking forever to preparing to copy. Hey, there it goes. Now it's starting to copy. 0 bytes of 152 megs. What the fuck is going on? There it goes. All right. And here we go. 0802. Nah, let's fly the Firefly rig. That's what you guys want to see. You guys want to see 36,000 kV. Let's just be honest here. That's the absolute showstopper up in this bitch. 2 minutes. It's going to take it 2 minutes to copy 152 megabytes. That is the slowest memory card
in the world.
Better late than never. All right, yo. Here comes 36,000 kV. I don't have some of the gates set up, so we're just gonna whop it around. What is happening? Why does this feel... Oh, Horizon was... I was like, wow, this feels really weird. Oh, God. The Crash Fest begins. Ooh! Oh, my God, that stall! Oh, boy. It's very bright in here. Why is it so bright in here? Where'd this thing go? It looks super bright through this camera for some reason. Here we go! Gem Fan Power Loop. Gem Fan Power Loop, attempt number 2. Oh my god, I went through them. Not on purpose at all. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, man! Alright, hold on. I'm all over the... I'm on the struggle bus hard. I do need to clean this room. There's a lot of shit in the way of everything right now. Come on! Okay. This is just... What is fucking happening? Alright, hold on. Is that done copying yet? Jesus, no. Less than a minute. Here we go. Here we go. Let's not suck. Let's suck a little bit less. I remember what I wanted to do. When I was laying in bed last night, I had an idea for a live stream that I wanted to do today, which was supposed to be looking at trying to imitate SR13 style. SR13, in my opinion, is the best freestyle tiny whoop pilot ever. Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm stuck on my pants. Really? You fart bag son of a bitch. What the f... Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! And yeah, I was going to mess around with kind of like imitating his style a little bit. Play a couple of his videos. I'll try to remember to do that on Sunday. Fuck you! What the hell is happening? How is it possible that these gates, where the outsides of the gates are like an inch, and then the inside of the gate is like 3 feet? How do I hit? Wow! How do I hit the outside of the gate every time? How is it even fucking possible if I was doing it on purpose? How? How? I've not gotten through a single gate. Wow, look, 1. Jesus, hell. You! 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 I tried to drop it down into that cube. Oh my god, that was just... Oh, you son of a whore. Okay! Where is it? How did it get back behind there? How is that even possible? It was pointed towards the TV. What? How? In what world? How did it get back there? Oh my god, what the... I'm not even mad, I'm impressed. Good lord. Christopher Dunks with a $50 super chat. Holy shit, thank you, dude. Very cool. Super effective little fella. Oh, God! That was my fault. I'll take credit for that one. Oh, my God. So was that. Oh, my God! This is ridiculous. Ah! So this is like, from what I remember of SR13 style, this is me sucking. This is me trying to imitate it a little bit. What? Come on, you shitbag. What are you doing? He didn't use much, oh, fuck you. He didn't use much three-dimensional kind of stuff like I do, mainly because back then, we didn't have the power. We were still on, like, 19,000 kV motors. Fuck you in the fucking ears! So yeah, he just kind of couldn't, but he had a really unique, really cool, flowy front, back, left, and right kind of style. That, yeah, like, it was just magic. He really, like, the powertrains that we had back then, he really got the most out of them and used the available power in the best way possible. It was just the coolest thing, man. And then when he started flying 5-inch, he was just like an absolute ninja. So like anybody that says, oh, you know, tiny whoops is not real flying and 5-inch is real, like those people have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Stick time is stick time, man. If you're a badass on a tiny whoop, you're gonna have to adapt a little bit, but you're gonna be a badass on 5-inch very quickly. All right. We flew something. That's what 36,000 kV motors are like. They're very hard to fly. They make so much goddamn power that in a small space like this basement, it's just difficult. It's just really, really difficult to fly. And like, I try to do big, crazy shit. And so like if I'm having a good day, it's fun. Today's not a great day. Jackalope says, are those like camo blue sweatpants? Let me see. No, it's just like a, I don't know, it's like a flame or something. I got these for Christmas from Maggie. They're very warm. They're very thin, but they're also very warm. I've been wearing them like damn near every day. Okay, so I've got everything copied over. Let's take this memory card and throw it in the goddamn river. It is called Tiny Sack, and I'm literally going to throw it away. It's only a 2 gigabyte SD card, and it's just hopelessly slow. So let's just get rid of it. I have a little 32 gig red and gray SanDisk card that we are going to sacrifice to the cow gods and put everything that was on here directly onto it, in addition to the Lua script for Express LRS to see if we can get the model match figured out on this. So, scripts, tools. So, scripts and then tools. Hurry up. My God, why is this taking... What is the deal with these memory cards? Why are they taking so long? What the shit? Is scripts done yet? Scripts is done yet. Here we go. So we got scripts, and then I want to come in here to downloads, and there we go. Express v3 Lua. Shouldn't copy two things at once like this, but I mean, whatever. That's done now. In the chat, Morton Upshot says, I lived in Willingboro, New Jersey. No way. 1980. Not far from Cherry Hill. Small world. Jesus. McMucus says, Le Royal. It's not a terrible idea either. Hockey Round says, check your up tilt. Yeah, there was a little bit of crown in view. So the up tilt was close. Probably a little bit too high. Yeah, it's a little bit too much. But the up tilt tends to creep up. This rig still has the ceramic antenna. And with the ceramic antenna still on there, I can't really flatten out the up tilt. Oh, that's interesting. The front screw is gone. The other day when I was putting this together, I noticed that the front screw hole was in this frame was stripped, and without that front screw, the front of the canopy is actually sitting up higher. So even though it doesn't look like, yeah. So there was a bunch of extra up tilt there. I'm gonna have to take this build out of this frame and put it in a different frame because I gotta have this. Yeah, I gotta have all 4 screws in here. I wonder where this screw went. It's probably somewhere in the carpet, and these fuckers are sharp. So that's a little bit troubling. It'll be fine. Hey, it's done copying. Okay, that's done. Snake Lua is on there. Or I'm sorry, ELRS V3 Lua is on here. It's under the scripts tools folder. Okay, great. Scripts and oh nope, I have to go into tools. Scripts, tools, ELRS, Lua. Might as well move Snake Lua in there too. All right, cool. So this memory card is now good to go. Let's eject it and put it into the radio, and hopefully the transmitter will not be painfully slow. Meteoritson says, I've not gotten through a single gate immediately before hitting 6 gates in a row. Always. You always have to, you just have to scream at the universe what you want to happen, and then it'll happen. That's how it works. Isn't that like being a man 101? Scream and bitch and moan. Being a white man 101? Scream, bitch, and moan, and people will help you. Okay. No, man, the transmitter is still brutal slow. As soon as I put an SD card into this transmitter, it just grinds to a halt. There's like a... Here, look at this delay. Look at the delay. Ready? Button. What the fuck, dude? And now if I pull the memory card out, what I think that means is that there's something on the memory card that shouldn't be. Ready? Button. See how much faster that is? Button. 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 So what is... I guess I didn't need to throw that other memory card away. There must just be... Oh, man. I'm not going to dig it out of this garbage can. It's fine. It's a 2 gig memory card. It's kind of perfect for the transmitter, though. So there must be something on the memory card that is bloated and is making it... Metallerson says it has to go in tools. Yeah, I figured it out. Matt Norton says, I find 5-inch are easier to fly, but probably because I'm in a bigger space. Correct. When you fly outside, the gaps that you fly in between are 5 feet, 10 feet. And so, 5-inch rigs are big, but a rig that's this big going through a 10-foot wide gap is easy. You shrink down to this, and yes, that's a pretty big change, but we don't go outside from a 10-foot gap to a 10-foot and 4-inch gap. We go inside from a 10-foot gap to, in these gates cases, a foot and a half or 2 feet. So it doesn't scale. Flying inside is infinitely more compact and tight and difficult, which is why keeping the weight down on these tiny whoops is the way to go. That controls the slidiness of these rigs. This is why 75mm rigs are really, really, really difficult to fly inside, because they're just, yeah, the extra weight is just killer. So, all right, what file is on here that's like gigantic and is ruining my life. First of all, there's no need for a DCIM folder, so let's get that out of here. Here's a README that's 101 bytes, 114, that's not it. FR Sky Lua, that's small, that's small, that's small. Logs, 83 bytes, that shouldn't be it. So a whole bunch of models in here, 720, 600. I mean, these are all pretty small. I don't know why these models would really wreck anything. OpenTX card, nope. Photos, nope. Screenshots, nope. It's got to be in scripts. Oh, let's keep going. Oh, is it the sounds? It's the sounds, isn't it? It's the sounds. Let's do this. Get info. Yep, 192 megabytes of sounds. I wonder if the transmitter is like loading all of those sounds and getting all jacked up. I have the sounds backed up here in this untitled folder, so I'm gonna delete the sounds and we're gonna try this one more time. Transmitter. All right, so let me just hit the button again to get my sort of baseline here of how long it takes. It's pretty much instant. Button, smack. Okay. Memory card going in. Let's see if that's any better. All right, and yeah, there it is. Yeah, that was it. Look at it now. You can hear the click, right? This bottom button is starting to die. Ready? Bang. Good to go. Okay, cool. So apparently now this has the Lua script on it, which is great. It's a shame I threw that other memory card away. That was dumb. When you guys aren't looking, though, I'll dig it out of the garbage can. Because that's just the kind of guy I am. Okay. I don't have amber anymore, man. Shit. That's okay. I run the volume down really low on this anyway. Okay, so let's put power to this again. It'll connect, and I can get it. Jump into the Lua, turn model match off and on. Well, just off, and away we will go. So hold the button into Tools, and there should be something called Express LRS. There it is. All right, there's the Express LRS Lua. There's the packet rate, telemetry ratio, switch mode, high, model match. It's already off, so I'm going to turn it on, but then I'm going to turn it off again. I think that's what you do, right? And now it should be good to go. Now it's just regular old flashing green. Try to get out of here, and let's just power cycle it. Now it's just on, off, green, which I forget what that means. But let's power cycle it. There we go. And plug this guy in. Battery warning. All right, here we go. Come on, you son of a bitch. Go solid green. Well, now it's not connecting at all. Let's bind it again. Maybe we have to rebind it for some weird reason. All right, so we're going to put power to it, pull power, put power to it, pull power, put power to it. Look for that double green flash. Great. And we're going to come on. Oh, I have the wrong module in here. That's where the problem is lying. Got it! All right, hold on. It's always something, man. Always, always, always. Okay, here we go. So, flashing green. 3 quick flashes, 3 quick flashes. Here we go. Now we're going to go into the Lua script and Express LRS. All right. Model mismatch is off. We're going to turn it on. Give it a split second. And now we're going to turn it back off. And in theory... Hey, solid green. Would you look at that? Good call. You guys are the best. Look at all this cool stuff, man. Bind, BLE joystick, backpack, Wi-Fi connectivity, VTX administrator. Cool. We are Lewis scripted up. We are Lewis scripted up. Okay, so now I probably need to update the Walksnail firmware, but maybe not. Let's take a look. I'm gonna fire these up, and then I'll tell you what it says. Oh, I'm gonna have to bind it. I don't know if I've bound this VTX before. Come on. Come on, little fella. Yeah. All right. That's fired up. Let's see if it will bind. So the light on the Walksnail VTX is, there it is. Nope. Is that it? Nope. It's next to the there it is. It is flashing green. All right, yeah, it's not bound up. All right, so let's bind it. So we are going to put something sharp into the little bind hole here on the goggles. There's the beep. And then we are going to just tap the bind button on the VTX. There we go. Where do we hold it? Nope, just tap it. Beeping stopped. So it is now bound, and it's going to tell me in the goggles if there's a firmware mismatch, and there is. There is a firmware mismatch. Please update the firmware. Yeah, all right, cool. So, turn this off. It would run like this. It would work. One of my favorite things about Walksnail, unlike everyone else, is that they've managed to make it so that even if your firmware doesn't match, it will still work. And it works kind of fine, unless there's like a huge firmware mismatch. So, yeah, next thing we need to do is update the firmware on the VTX, which we have done before. We are going to need the gangly fan for that, because it does take a while. So let's get this guy ready. I'm going to grab this little 3S battery here to power it. And away we shall go. All right, so let's get the gangliest of all the fans plugged in here. And flip our power button. There we go. I've got 18 tiny whoops in the way. Let's get these out. All right, cool. So how can I get nice with the freestyle builds? The plug is like right there, super easily to access. So let's plug that in. And you always got to make sure that that plug is all the way seated and perfectly even. It's a very finicky little plug. All right, get that on the fan. And now we're going to let me make sure I'm not over discharging this battery. I'm starting to. Let's get it out of here. And let's run this one down a little bit. I love these 450 batteries for doing stuff on the bench, because they just don't, like, the little 300s, you leave them plugged into Walksnail for like a couple of minutes, and it'll dump the battery way down. This is saying is that you're leaving the batteries at storage voltage, which you should be, and I do. Okay, so battery ready to go. I need to get that file, but I might still have the file. I think I do. Avatar Sky, that's the one, right? It's the Sky file. Yeah, and we just drag it onto the thing, and then we do the other thing, and then we're done doing the things. So you put power. You put power to the tiny whoop to fire up the Walksnail setup, and now it should pop up on the desktop. There it is, untitled. We're gonna do this fast. Avatar version text. Let's get this off of here. Oh, here's the files from. Here's the flight files from last night. Let's pull these off. 6.4 gigs. Jesus, that's going to take a minute. Okay. So let's give that a second to come off. We're going to take this Avatar Sky 34.40.15 .img up onto here. Should have enough space. Yeah. All right, cool. So that's copied. I'm just going to wait on these flight footage files from last night to finish downloading. Yeah, Chris, so storage voltage, so lipos, especially the lipos that we use, they don't last all that long. And so to make them last longer, there's a correct voltage to store them at, which we call storage voltage, which is 3.8 volts per cell. If you leave these little lipos at 3.8 volts, you can sit them on a shelf for months, if not years, and they won't degrade. Like, the voltage is not so low. Basically, the chemicals inside of here are like the least volatile at storage voltage, and they're like happy to hang out together. If you store these at full voltage, 4.2, 4.35 volts per cell, and you just put it on a shelf for a month, the battery is like wrecked at the end of that month. You put all that energy into them, and all the chemicals in here are like, and eventually, yeah. Oh boy, what a psychopath. So yeah, that's what storage voltage is. CMYK says, not using the JB or CiottiFPV voice packs. I'm not. I don't have the... OpenTX can go to hell. I try to do nothing ever on OpenTX. So I never... yeah. I like that. Morton Upshot says, don't play with your sounds on the stream. That's meant for OnlyFans. Yeah. There we go. Brandon Woodford says, awesome. Tommy Newton says, what's up, Weebles? Denzelo Cerebro says, super late, but hi. Zach says, bravo. Bill and I would be proud. We're almost done. 6.15 out of 6.4 gigs, 6.2, 6.28, and awesome. All right, so let's delete these files off of the internal storage, and beautiful. All right, we've got that file on here, so we can eject. And we can pull power, and we can pull the USB cord. So now we just need to... I'm just going to try to do this from memory. I think you plug it in, and then you hold the button, right? You wait for, like, flashy, and then you hold... All right, so there's green. So I'm going to hold the button down. I think you hold the button down for 10 seconds, and it puts it into firmware update mode, as long as you have the folder on there, which we put... not the folder, the file. Still flashing green. Now it's shut off, and now I think I just stop and stare at it, and it's... I think it, like, goes red for a split second. Red, flash, red. This is it updating. Now solid red. And now I think this is it rebooting. Red is now off. And now it's going to go green, I think, when it's all the way done. Gangly fan keeping things nice and cool. Waiting for that light to come back on. I did power on the goggles, because what the hell? Green light! There we go. Green flashing light. Goggles are coming up in a second. It should say... No, it won't flash up the model mismatch. Here we go. Black screen. And it's still connecting. Come on. You can do it. I might need to power cycle the quad. I'm going to power cycle the Whoop. All right. Here we go. Coming up. Look at that beautiful Apple Rainbow CiottiFPV sticker. Get yours over on my Etsy store, linked from CiottiFPV.com. Actually, I don't think it's up there, so just send me a message and I'll sell you one direct. Do I need to rebind it? I might need to rebind it. I'm not getting anything in the Googles. Let's hit the button on here, and then tap the button on here. Beeping stops. Green light is flashing. What's happening here? Green light's still flashing. Let me power cycle everything. I think it's supposed to just work. I think I've done this a few times now. Morton, I won. I had these goggles, and then I won the Fat Shark versions, and I decided to move the Fat Shark ones along. These are a little bit lower profile since they're the gray instead of that bright white. I have a solid green light. I think we're good on the VTX. Oh no, it's flashing. What the hell? What's happening? Let's hit the bind button again. Goggles are flashing. Hit the bind button on the quad. As soon as I hit the bind button on the quad, the goggles stop beeping. What's happening? Why is it... what? What? Okay. Let's go through the update procedure one more time, I think. This is weird. Where the hell's it? There it is. Alright, it's coming up. Flashing green. Let's hold the button. And flashing green, flashing green, flashing green. You gotta hold this button for 10 seconds. Green light is off. Wait for the red. And come on. Where's that beautiful bean footage? There it is. Red light. Solid. So it didn't flash the red light, which I think means that it's already updated. But now the red light is solid. I'm not really sure what that means. I'm gonna hit the button. No reaction. Hold the button, see what that does. Nothing. This is acting super strange. Let's put power to it one more time and see what happens here. Green, flashing. Flashing green. It needs to go solid green for it to say, hey, I've got a connection. I don't know what to do at this point. It won't update because it has the file on it. This battery is now down at 3.7. Let's grab another one. 3.8. That's fine. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't brick it. I don't know why I would have. I just used that exact same file on another one of these a few days ago. I don't understand why this would be any different. It's not. It's not any different. It's the exact same board. I used the exact same method. What the fuck? Plug in. There we go. Okay, I mean, I can delete the file, but you're not supposed to have to. Flashing green. All right, there it is. Untitled, and... All right, so yeah, I bet you this is... I wonder if this is throwing it off. It's a blank... It's a blank document. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of that document. All right, now let's see what's going on. I was gonna delete that. Well, the cable lost connection. So, all right, let's just see. Let's just see. All right, powering it back on. Where's the button? There's the button. All right, let's see what it does. Green, flashing. Let's try to bind it again. Goggles. VTX. Goggles stop beeping. When I hit the button on the VTX, it doesn't... There's no reaction. It just continues to flash green. It's like a slow flashing green. So I hit the VTX button and then I hit the goggle bind button, and the goggles only beeped once. What the fuck? Why would it do this at... Okay, so let's put the update file back on it, I guess. And we'll hope for the best. This sucks. Although, up until this point, I've had nothing but luck with the Walksnail binding. It's been super, super, super simple. So I guess I had this coming, maybe. Alright, so here comes. Alright, so it's creating that avatar underscore version.txt. Here we go, 344015. 344015. Yeah, no, that's right. Still flashing green. I guess we're just going to try it again. I'm going to put this .image file back on here, and we're going to do it again. Even though it says that it has 34.40.15 on it. I mean, I don't know what else to do. It's not a fast green flash, Morton. It's like a slow green flash. But yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else that we can do, so we're just gonna do this again. So plug in power, get it up over the fan, and I'm gonna show you how slow it's flashing. There it is. So this is it right here. See how that's a slow flashing green? So now I'm gonna hold the button for 10 seconds. And when it's done with the firmware update, it deletes that file. Alright, green light has stopped flashing. Now it stays off for a second, and then we're going to get red flashing to let us know that the firmware is updating. Flash, 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 red, 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 red. Now solid red. And red turns off. And now I thought on previous ones that it would just go green and it would just connect and all be right with the world. Let's see. No, it's the slow flashing green again. I'll try to bind it again. Goggles are beeping. Tap the button. Soon as I tap the button, the goggles stop beeping. So, like, it's obviously bound to the goggles. Alright, we're gonna have to try the rename the file trick. But I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't remember what the deal that was. When Hudson says Walksnail got too close to ELRS and it was a bad influence. Oh my god, don't do that. Don't be like this, Walksnail. Don't be like ELRS. Just be fucking cool for Christ's sakes. Alright, I can use that battery a little bit longer. We're gonna search for Walksnail firmware rename. Here we go. It's mini. It's you add the word mini is here. You need to use Avatar Sky, blah 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 blah, for all the VTXs. When I support older, rename the okay, Avatar Mini _ Sky. There it is. Avatar Mini. It's the word mini. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully this is it. I think I may have had to do this one time prior. So we got to add the word mini after Avatar. Come on, you dirty hoe. Get in there. This little plug that they used is just brutal. All right, we're plugged back into the computer. And here we go. Okay. And it's going to pop up here. And I'm going to add the word mini in here. Mini _ Sky. All right, perfect. Here it is. And that... Fuck you! That's the cable unplugging. All right, we're back. Avatar Mini Sky. Let's put this on here now. And it's copying 36 megs very slowly. CiottiFPV says update with the goggles off. That's an interesting idea. I mean, they're off now, so I'll do it. Why is this? Why? Come on, copy, you bastard. Stop estimating the time remaining and start copying, you idiot. Oh, man, it's this stupid little cable. It's this awful little connector on the cable. And there it is, disconnecting. Oh, shit, now it won't reconnect. Come on now. Unplug and replug. All right, don't touch anything. Oh, fuck. Now this is like kind of on here, but kind of not. All right. Work! Please work. There it is. Okay. Great. Eject. Unplug. Pull battery. And back on the gangly fan we go. Let's try this again. Power. Button. Where's the button? Where's the button? There's the button. I'm just going to wait for it to start flashing green. Probably don't need to. There's green flash. Hold the button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Green light off. Wait for red. I think I do remember it flashing red for longer than this has, so maybe that was our sign for the problem. Although now it's not flash. There we go. Solid red. Solid red's not a good sign. Solid red's not good. I'm going to try to hold the button down again. God damn it, Walksnail. Walksnail has been so good up until this point. So good. So good. Trouble-free, works with version mismatches. Cycling power. Turning on the goggles, I guess. I don't know. All right, slow flashing green. I guess I'll try to bind it again. I'm at a loss at this point. How the hell was binding ELRS the easy part of this build? Hitting the bind button, and then hitting the button on the VTX. As soon as I hit the button on the VTX, the goggles stop beeping, so it's obviously bound. Fuck you. I'm gonna go into settings, and then device, and device info. Goggles, version 34.40.15. TX version 34. Wait a second. How does it know the version on the goggles? Or on the VTX? What? What? It's almost like... Wait, it like looks like it's connected, but... What the fuck is happening here? Is there some weird setting that's wrong on the VTX? It's not... Well, what about channel? Hold on, let's change the channel maybe? The slow flashing green is a big problem. Is like it can't have that. Settings: transmit power 25 milliwatts, frame rate standard, low battery off, resolution 1080, bitrate high, standby mode on. Is this in standby mode, or is it, what the fuck is standby mode? What the hell is standby mode? I don't know. Turn standby mode back on. It didn't do anything. Goggle icon show, bitrate high. Broadcast off. What the fuck, dude? Camera. No. Display. I know what the problem is. It's the version of Betaflight, isn't it? Isn't there a Betaflight? Don't you have to update Betaflight to get? I thought that was just to get the OSD running though. And this is a newer AIO, so it should have the newer version of Betaflight on it already. Off-axis, no. Metal Dirtson says, I'm reading that slow green means some kind of image issue, like the MIPI cable is loose or broken. Okay. This is on Betaflight 4.3, so I think I'm gonna have to update it regardless to get the OSD working. But let's take a look at the MIPI cable. Maybe it's not plugged in all the way. No, it's plugged in. What about on the camera? Looks fine. Let's just push on the MIPI cables, just because that's the easiest thing to do here. All right, there's one side of it. Here's the other side of it. This exact length of MIPI cable, I don't know if it's available. It has to be available. But let's just try this. Let's just give it a good push there. And then on the back of the camera, let me just get in here and I kind of just wedge this in between the cable and the little backing plate on the that this Mobula 6 canopy kind of uses. All right, let's see if that changed anything. Turn on goggles. Turn on. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Oh, let me get it back on the fan. Slow flashing green, but the goggles are still coming up. It should slow flash until it binds all the way to the goggles. Please, 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 please. It claims the battery is at 3.4 volts, which is not going to help anything. This sucks. Is this battery really at 3.4? Oh shit, it is. Hold on. Let's get this battery in the charger real quick. 3.36. Go, go, go. Charge, charge, charge. This one's at 3.8. Let's maybe the voltage was just too low in the battery. It browns out. New motor name selection. Suggestion: Unbound. I'd rather go with Unhinged. I am unhinged and my rage knows no bounds. It's one of my favorite quotes from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Ah, man. Slow flashing green. Well, that's a big old shit sandwich. Can't say I didn't try. Slow flashing green. No video feed, not binding, no picture. All right, let's try these three. Broken MIPI cable. Sounds like you need a replacement. VTX, same issue. Hope I haven't broken the cable so quickly. Tension on the MIPI cable will make it stop working. Stop working. That's what's messing with mine. I don't even get a flashing green light. Okay. Go back and reread the binding procedure again. It's easy to miss a step. I was able to easily bind Walksnail. Yeah, I mean, it is bind because it's reading the firmware version. Okay, that's not helpful. I assume I got a faulty camera. Contacted Catic support, got a replacement. Now everything works fine. Any luck resolving this? Avatar presets Betaflight, slow blinking green. Did you try rebinding? Yeah. God damn it. You gotta kind of pull this thing. It's not the easiest to get at that MIPI. It looks fine. Is it like, is the MIPI cable like squashed somewhere, or is there any kind of weirdness with it? Looks okay. I also will need to pull the camera out of there. Offvax has upgraded his Patreon tier. Thank you, brother. Very cool of you. I'm gonna pull some screws out here. Let's see, real quick. MIPI is super fun to say. This is a funny word. So let's do this. We'll pull the canopy, and then let's like really. There are like some bends in the MIPI cable. All right, hold on. So now I can see where the MIPI connects to the camera. And it looks fine. It looks totally fine. Nope, 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 nope. It wasn't plugged all the way in. Yeah! I think there was a smaller gap there a second ago. I think the MIPI cable had popped off of the camera. We're going to test it in a second. It might just be this piece of plastic backing off, but I think I might have fixed this. Let's see. I'm just going to leave it apart like this. Should be okay. Come on, Walksnail. All right, where's the button? There's the button. All right, let's see. Come on, you son of a bitch. Solid green. Solid green, you dirty bastard. Slow flashing green. Quick flashing green. What the hell does that mean? Why is it quick flashing green? Slower flashing green again? Solid green! Walksnail, bro. Walksnail, the best. Hands down the best. All you gotta do is make sure your shit's plugged in. So, the dead giveaway there was when I went into the devices and it was telling me what the version of the firmware was on the VTX. So, there you go. Although I could have just typed in Walksnail slow flashing green to Google, and the first three Reddit threads that it returned were all saying, "Problem with the camera and the cable, dummy. Fix it, you idiot." Yeah. So user error. All of the shit talking. I didn't do that much shit talking on Walksnail a minute ago, but anything negative I said about Walksnail a minute ago, completely forget that. It was just totally my fault. I mean, I guess you could say MIPI cables suck, but anything with HD is going to be using MIPI cables, so they are a very necessary evil. So why bother talking shit on them, you know? There's no getting around them. All right. Well, that's all good to go. I'm not going to have OSD because it's on Betaflight 4.3, right? Don't have to go to 4.4 to get OSD. CiottiFPV says, best tiny whoop battery. Any of the folded cell ones. All of the folded cell batteries are so much better than the rest. It's one of the rare situations where there actually is a best. So yeah, all of the folded cell batteries are made in the same place. So doesn't matter which ones you get. BT 2.0 is definitely the better battery lead. So do make sure that you get BT 2.0. I have to take this apart again because I did not properly route the MIPI cable, and it is hanging on the outside of the canopy like a complete lunatic. So yeah. Morton Upshot says, if you're trying to reflash, you have to increase the file number in the name by 1 to trick it into thinking it's getting a new version. I remember that. It's such a funny thing. Tommy Newton said, they said that. What's that mean? Who's they, and what's that they said? Morton Upshot says, maybe drop of B7000 on the MIPI. Yeah, I should, but I'm going to be lazy and not do it. I have not had this is, I think, the first problem that I've really had with a MIPI cable. I might just be not remembering something, but I've really not had much, if any, issues with MIPI cables. So I'm not going to go bananas quite yet, gluing and peeing and pooping. Kind of because I would like to see if it's something that pops up, right? Like, if problems do arise, I want to know about it. I did just really quickly double check that MIPI is seated in there, and it's fine. Okay. Now I got this back together correctly with the cable properly routed under the little antenna. Now we just ram these screws down through all the rubber grommets and into the plastic threaded holes in the frame. On this particular rig, I'm running a old school Meteor 65 frame. This for the AIO, this is the Happy model, the new Happy model cross style AIO, and what I noticed about it is that they used a really long USB port on it, and on all of the other frames, the USB sticks into the battery bay. So when you put a battery in, it pushes against the USB, which is bad. So yeah, this, and it's probably a good idea anyway. This is the old school Meteor 65 frame, which is really strong, and this is a heavy ass freestyle rig. So it kind of makes sense that this is on the, yeah, this build just kind of does make sense. So, hey, look at that. Video system is good. Transmitter is bound. Last thing is to dump it into Betaflight, put a couple of my little tricks in there, and away we go. I should update the firmware, but I'm exhausted, and I'm not gonna. It has now been 3 hours and 11 minutes that we've been live streaming. Jesus. Let's put it as flat as I can on the desk here and calibrate the accelerometer. All right, good to go. And now let's just really quickly look at the ports. That's fine. Configuration. Put our craft name in here. PID loop is set to 1.6K. I don't want that. I'm going to move it up to 3.2, and hopefully it doesn't crank the CPU load up too high. Let's take a look. Ooh, it did. It went from 10% to 26%, but hopefully 26% will still be okay. Air mode is permanently enabled. OSD is on. That's good. D-shot beacon configuration is on. Maximum arming angle is at 180. That's all good. Power settings are... I'm going to turn this warning cell voltage up to 3.2 just because Walksnail will brown out if the voltage drops down too low. Failsafe, I'm going to put the guard time to 3 seconds instead of 1.5. And presets we don't need. Well, let's use the Express ELRS 250. And then we're going to do cinematic. And we'll leave everything else alone. Pick, save, and reboot. And now we're going to head into the PID tuning tab. Add a little bit of D-gain here. Can probably get away with this. Feed forward, we're going to turn way the hell down because I hate the way that it looks in the flight footage. Dynamic damping, I'm going to turn up a bunch to 1.5. Eye gains, we've been turning down lately. Pitch, we're going to add a little bit more. And that is pretty much it. Jitter reduction is cranked up because of the little change that I just made. iTerm relax, we're going to move that down to 10 for freestyle. Output, throttle, good. Save it. Why is it on profile 3? Now I have to do it all over again on profile 1. Awesome. All right. Let's go up to 1.4, 1.2, 0.5, 1.5, super aggressive on the D-Max, 0.8, 1.1, 1.1, and leave the master multiplier at 1. iTerm relax, drop it down to 10. And now I got to do that. Preset again. Express ELRS 250. Cinematic. The cinematic preset here, it just adds a bunch of stick smoothing via jitter reduction in the PID tab, as well as RC smoothing in here. I like to run the RC smoothing on automatic. I do bring this auto factor down. 250 is an awful lot. I bring it down to 100. It's still a good amount. Let's add a little bit of deadband in for my aging transmitter. Stick low threshold, stick high threshold, 1000 and 2000. Save that. Back into the PID tuning tab, rate profile, actual rates, center stick sensitivity 40, max rate 700. These are my personal rates. You probably will not like them. They are very cinematic. 0.7 expo, which is the main thing you'll probably hate. Throttle expo, we're going to add 0.3 since it's a freestyle rig. And the midpoint, I'm going to take a guess at, it's a heavy bastard, so I'm going to guess 0.40 for the throttle midpoint, and then we're going to have to dial that in once we've flown it a little bit. Filter settings, we're going to take the gyro filter, move it all the way up to 2 since it barely does anything. D-term filter, I'm going to move to 1.2. Looks like RPM filtering is turned off at the moment. Kind of interesting. Let's move the dynamic notch max up to 800 while we're here. I'm tempted to turn bidirectional on, but I don't know if... well, let's figure out the motor direction while we're here. Okay. It now has power. I understand the risks. Wizard, start and spin. There we go. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is correct. Motor 3 is correct. Motor 4 is correct. Why are they all correct? That's weird. This should be flyable. Motor Ritson says you can always overclock it to 120. That shit scares me, man. I think we're good. No, modes. Aux 1 arm, good to go. Angle, we're going to turn that all the way off. Horizon, we're going to turn that on Aux 2 in the switch all the way up position. In case I ever lose video, I can flip that on. Beeper is going to be on Aux 3 all the way down switch position. I'll come back and deal with the OSD disabled. Does this thing have black box? That would be pretty cool. Launch control for the funds, Aux 2 in the middle. VTX control doesn't paralyze pit mode, no pre-arm. Flip over after crash, we need that. Aux 3 in the middle, and that will do it. To see if it has black box, you go into the black box tab here, and you look up here. Data flash free, 16 megabytes, so it does in fact have black box. That's pretty cool. Onboard flash. I think this is what we want, quarter, and then we want gyro scaled. Save and reboot. And yeah, I should just copy their profile, but I'm so used to doing it step by step. And sometimes, you know, when you do it step by step like this, you find something that you wanted to turn on. Okay, yeah, this OSD has got to go. So let's take one of these other rigs where the OSD is perfect and just copy and paste it over. Although I think I'm going to have to update this thing to 4.4. I'll tell you in 1 second. This one where the OSD is working right, yeah, 4.4. But that's fine. I'm just going to type diff in here, and then I'm going to highlight all of the items here that say set OSD. So here we go. Grab all this, copy it, unplug this rig, plug the other one back in, and now this is going to bring over most of the OSD stuff. When I do update this to 4.4, I'll bring everything over. I'm just going to update it now. This is ridiculous to not update it right now. Paste this in. Couple of invalid names, but that's fine. Save it. Jump into the OSD, and then I'm gonna pull the whole diff out of here for when I update it. So, okay, cool. This brought. Why is it on profile 2? Oh, yeah, that's what I want. I want it on profile 2. Why does this look so weird? It's because it's on the wrong version, isn't it? Okay, let's go in here. I'm gonna update this. Diff, and we're gonna grab all this shit. I actually don't recommend that you do this, but I've done this enough where I can kind of make it work. All right, update firmware, auto detect, Crazy Bee, F4 DX. I do not recommend that you update these unless you absolutely have to. fly them as they are. I'm only doing this because 4.4 is the first version of Betaflight where the Walksnail OSD is going to be like fully functioning. I bet you that's the problem with the 75mm rig. Its OSD is all fucking weird. I'll plug that in a second. Christopher Dilk says, what's Black Box? Black Box is you put it on a switch and you turn it on and the quad will monitor and save what the gyro output data. So we turn Black Box on, we do a bunch of specific movements to try to make it do bad flight behaviors like prop wash and stuff, and then it logs all of that data from the gyro, and then we can put that file with that data into a program called Black Box Explorer that shows us all of that gyro data to allow us to dial the tune in a little bit better. I actually don't really use Black Box much. You can do a lot of tuning without it. You can get tunes to like 95% perfect without Black Box, and that's good enough for me. So I don't typically use it, but there are some folks that do, and man, they are ninjas. You can really learn a lot from it. It's super valuable data, and you can get your tune that extra like 5% perfect with it. It's pretty cool. It's also really good for troubleshooting. Apply custom defaults. All right. Chris says, this has gotten much more complicated when I was flying. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be this confusing. This was all available back when you were flying. I don't use it much. So I never really took you down that path because you can spend all of your time screwing around with tuning and none of your time flying. And to me, that's not really the right way of kind of doing it. CLI! Now I've got my diff in the clipboard. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it, rather. And now what you want to look for is red text if you're going to do this between versions. Things have changed names in the CLI between versions, and the red text is telling you when it doesn't understand. So we got a whole bunch of it. Now I'm going to scroll back up, and we're just going to read the red text. Resource PPM1 AO3. Invalid resource name, invalid resource name, invalid. So this is potentially motor. I probably just need to redo the motor direction. Scroll down a little bit more. Resource RX SPI. Another bunch of invalid resource names. Basically, when you get this red text, it doesn't understand what the command was, so it does nothing. So usually you're fine, but you just want to kind of double check it and read through it. Set mag hardware none, invalid name, that's fine. Set barometer hardware none, invalid name, that's totally fine. And then we've got a bunch of OSD ones, which are totally fine. So it's just not going to have changed a couple of these OSD items. One last one. Set name CiottiFPV. It doesn't understand that, so that's totally fine. So this is safe. Let's save it. Yep, it's reminding me that there were errors. Type save again. Now we're good to go. So now we're going to connect, and it should not have a craft name. Yep, craft name is not in there. Oh, look, there's a separate craft and pilot name now. That's interesting. Craft name can be shown in logs, backup file names, and the OSD. Pilot name can be shown in the OSD. Oh, that's neat. Huh. Pretty cool. I got it on 3.2. That came over with the diff. Accelerometer is turned on. D-shot beacon is turned on. Great. OSD, air mode, all set. Save and reboot because I did add the craft name in. J-Spin says another long-haul live stream. I didn't mean to, but then somebody told me bot wasn't streaming, and I've been struggling to get Walksnail set up because the goddamn cable wasn't plugged in. So, yeah. My bad there. But we're almost there. We got this thing updated. Now the OSD should be looking a little bit better. Yeah, that's... No. What the hell? I do need to go into adjustments and enable the aux2 setup where I can switch the OSD profiles. So there, and then via channel aux 2. All right, so that's good to go. Now I can change OSD profiles the way that I expect. So I don't need... I mean, disarmed is fine. What is going on with this? Video format HD. That might be the problem. Well, what? The location of these OSD elements is fucked. And it's not putting up my throttle value. The throttle position. Where the hell is it? This is acting really weird. You should be able to copy your OSD from the one in the CLI and drop it into the other one. I don't understand why it's being like this. Let me plug the other quad in that has the OSD functioning properly, and we'll take a look at what it looks like on there. All right, connect OSD. Yeah, see, that's what it's supposed to look like. And the weird. Let's do diff again. Am I missing some OSD stuff in here? OSD DisplayPort device MSP. Okay, so this should be the only chunk of OSD elements. But let's look. Am I mixing some stuff? VTX table, aux, serial 1. Nope. Set debug, VTX frequency, VCD video system equals HD. Strange. No, this should be fine. All right, let's copy it. Disconnect. And go back to this guy. Very weird. Connect. CLI. Paste. All right, no errors, no red text. Save it. All right, now hopefully that'll be better. What the fuck? No, it's all... Oh, man. Really? Is there... do the OSDs have to be set up one by one now by dragging shit around the screen like an asshole? What is this? 6900? What the hell's that? Oh, yeah. All the OSD elements are stacked on top of each other. What the fuck? Oh, man. This sucks. I don't even know if I'm putting these in the right spots. This is super annoying. Are you kidding me? Where's the throttle value? This is a nightmare. I can't... I guess I'm going to have to, like, screenshot... Where's the throttle value, though? What the hell? Oh, there it is. 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 Oh, this sucks, dude. So apparently you can't just drag and drop the OSD over anymore. It doesn't... What it looks like now is it doesn't save the positioning data in the OSD. That's a shame, man. This sucks. Oh man. Damn. Well, let me try this. I have it set to HD and I saved it. Let's try this. I'm going to dump this back into the CLI. Because look, there is all this position. Set OSD VBAT position, 399. Set OSD RSSI position, 7744. It should all be there. Maybe it's because I hadn't saved it with the HD option selected. So... Hey, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, we learned something here today. So if you're just dumping in the diff from another rig, you have to make sure that here under video format, you set it to HD and then save and then grab your OSD CLI data from the other rig and paste it in. I think I did see, look at this. Here's how I figured this out. I noticed in here, where is it? So you've got all of your set OSD, right? All of these set OSD items. These are the ones that have the positioning and which features are turned on and which features are turned off, right? So usually what we do is just grab this big chunk of everything that says set OSD, right? But with that thing set to HD, look at it right here. This was it. So this is the thing that was missing. What would have worked is if I had highlighted this right here, set VCD video system to HD, and then copied and pasted that over. But instead of doing that, you can just go into the OSD and click that video system HD button and then hit save, and that would have fixed that. There you go. Damn, dude. Okay, we figured some shit out. I'm gonna do that since I'm thinking about it on the on this AIO real quick because I'm having the exact same problem and I've already got that in the clipboard, so I can just really quickly plug this in. Or this is on Betaflight 4.3. Nope, it's on 4.4. Okay, so let me guess. When I go in here, this is not going to be set to HD, is it? Oh, it is. I'll be damned. But it's not showing up the way that it should for HD. Weird. All right, so it's on HD. Let me save it. And then I'm going to go into the CLI, and I'm going to do that, and let's see if it magically works. Save. Maybe I did it out of order on the other one. Maybe I copied and pasted that in, and then I changed the OSD to HD. Yep, that must have been it. I must have dumped the CLI in, and then I went in here to the OSD, and then I changed it to HD, and I saved it, and then I didn't go back into the CLI and re-dump that stuff. So, awesome. There we go. Yet another situation where like the order that you do things in is really important. So cool. We're good to go. Save that. And the Walksnail Whoop Fleet is, I think, ready to go. Let's see real quick. Where's that voltage checker? Is this battery? I think this battery's dead. 393. 393. What are you doing at 3.93 volts, battery? What the hell's that about? Let's see. Let's see if this thing flies. If it does, I will hook the cable up to the Elgato and do a quick 65mm Walksnail Freestyle battery. Will it arm? Nope. Come on now. Hey! Oh! It armed, but then it freaked out. Are the props on wrong? Props are on right. Let's go into turtle mode. We'll arm it. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is correct. Motor 3 is correct. Motor 4 is correct. Why is it freaking out? Is it board orientation? Let's see. I wouldn't think that it's a board orientation thing, but I didn't check that. I didn't check any of that shit. So let's take a quick look. Motors are spinning in the right direction. Kind of has to be board orientation. Fuck. No, the board orientation can't be wrong because the USB port is at the rear of this board. And I didn't flip it upside down. Nose down, nose up. Why is the board orientation wrong? What the hell? That is weird, yo. I think I need to rotate it. Let's yaw it 90. Yo, that is stupid. That is stupid, 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 stupid. Why would the... Oh, wow. Betaflight. No, this is happy model. Happy model. What the fuck, bro? Nose down, nose up. No, all right. So we need to be 270, not 90. 270. Ooh, happy model. I don't like this AIO anyway because it has the longer USB port, so I don't recommend that you buy the Happy Model Cross AIO anyway. This is another reason to not buy it. All right, now we're good. Weird, 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 weird. You have to put the yaw degrees at 270. Yo, that's dumb. That is like properly dumb. I'm also thinking about... Yeah, I'm going to get this into Bluejay real quick. Because God forbid this has like Bluejay 0.2. I don't want to cook the ESC. So we're going to give it power. I'm going to turn the gangly fan back on. And we're going to disconnect from here. We're going to come over to escconfigurator.com. I'm going to turn my transmitter off. Since that weirdly interferes with it, we're going to connect. Accept them cookies. Power down the transmitter. Trying to read 4. So it is SH50. Oh my god, it's still on BL Heli. What the hell? What did I say? SH50? Okay, SH50. I'm going to pull power, and we're going to get the 0.16 files. SH50. All right. SH50. I have this bookmarked. Here's the bookmark that you want. And we're going to look for SH50. Hopefully it's on here. All right. This is silly. There we go. SH50. Hell yeah. And I'm going to run it at 48K. SH50. Okay. Option click. Downloading. Excellent. All right. Now, that is how you have to get Bluejay version 0.16, which is, in my opinion, the best of the Bluejays. Power it up again. We're going to disconnect. We're going to reconnect. We're going to read settings. And we are going to flash all ESCs down the bottom. We're going to flash local firmware. And there we go. Downloads. Why is this in alphabetical? Are you kidding me? Date. Created. SH50. There we go. And now it's going to sit here and flash Bluejay 0.16 SH50 version to this little guy. Man, this thing comes with BL Heli S. I'll be damned. Well, I mean, that's safe. That's a safe way of doing it. That is an old ass ESC firmware, though. There's going to be some performance left on the table. Mac FPV says, I've had to set Betaflight F4s to -90 for mine to work out of the box. Wow, that's super weird. What are they doing that for? Freelojo dropping the Patreon link. Thank you, dude. Click that if you want to support me and you like these live streams. Metal Goodson says, I've seen that on different versions of the Happy Models board, depending on which gyro they have. Offaxis says, you have to remember BEDMAS to build a drone. What the hell is that? Order of operations. BEDMAS? What's that acronym? BEDMAS. There we go! All is right. Just a couple other things we're going to turn on. Brake on stop. I just like it. The beeper strength, we're going to turn that up because it's just really, really, really quiet on the Tiny Whoops. Beacon delay, I'm going to change to 2 minutes. After 2 minutes with no signal, it'll start beeping to let me know that I've left it on. That's super important with Walksnail to make sure it doesn't melt. And then we're going to write the settings. There we go. 48K on Bluejay version 0.16 with a couple subtle little changes that don't really do much. That's the song of our people! Much better. And now, so that would also explain why it didn't have RPM filtering turned on. So I'm gonna turn that on because I love RPM filtering. So we're gonna come in here and we're gonna go to motors and we are going to turn bidirectional D-shot on. I agree. Save and reboot. Motor poles needs to change. I think I saw it at 14. We need to bring that down to 12, right? 14 magnets, smaller have 12. Yep, so motor poles down to 12. Save and reboot one more time. And brackets, exponents, divisions, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Jesus. That's a big-ass acronym. PID tuning, and then we're going to go to filter settings, and there's our gyro RPM filter. Fan-fucking-tastic. Cool. Save. Didn't really need to save there. Disconnect. Let me reconnect and make sure the motors are spinning the right direction. I just made a whole bunch of changes. Let's just super quick make sure that all's right with the world there. And then we'll give it a little test flight. Battery powered up. Motor direction. I understand the risks. Wizard. Start and spin. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is correct. Motor 3 is correct. Motor 4 is correct. Hey, you dirty rat bastard, you. At some point, I'm going to reverse the rotation on this thing, but that's down the road. I'm not looking to switch these props yet. For right now, I just want to test. We are now that this thing is set up, we are entering a motor testing phase of this rig. Right now, it's got these prototype 603 30,000 kV motors on it. I have a feeling that these are going to be really good, but I'm not totally sure. Yeah, we're going to go through the same kind of testing regimen that we always do with this thing and put it on a bunch of different motors and see which ones perform the best in terms of power and lightness and all that good stuff. But for right now, at this very moment, we are just going to see if it gets up in the air. And then I'm going to shut this live stream down because, good Lord, it is getting late. I ate right before the stream and I'm hungry again. That's how I can tell that it's been too damn long. Come on, little buddy. Arm, you bastard. Arm. Hey. Hey. Nice and stable. Cool. Power ain't bad. Cool. Let me grab the cable real quick and we'll fly it around the room. Just one quick battery. And then we'll shut this mother down. Hup, 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 hup. That connector off. This connector plug in. I'll run it under the table because we're probably gonna fly this again on Sunday to start doing the motor testing. So yeah, with the extra weight of Walksnail in like the freestyle setting, 702s might not be the right choice. They might. The 63,000 kV 702s might be the right motor for this because max power, minimum weight. Kind of gonna be the name of the game with this thing, but. There's a chance that with the extra weight, the extra 6 grams of Walksnail, there's a chance that 702s might actually overheat. I doubt it because they don't seem to on this little guy, which is even heavier and even less efficient because it's in the carbon fiber frame. But hey, only one way to find out. Oops, didn't want to do that. So we're going to turn off the VRX and turn on the HD. And then we're going to plug this battery in. So this was a freshly charged battery, but I did just leave it plugged in for a while. Leaving these batteries plugged in with Walksnail on massacres the battery. It's really incredible how much juice the Walksnail VTX eats up. Hey, and we're upside down. Let's fix it. Alright, we're going to go to camera, and we're going to rotate 180. Alright, good to go now. I'm just going to leave everything else alone. No. I'm going to turn off 16:9, go to 4:3, the way it should be. And cool. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Just leave everything else alone. Here we go! 0603 30,000s. Ooh, it feels good. These motors are amazing. These 603s! Ooh! Shit just went everywhere. Okay. It's heavy. It's a heavy boy. Is everything working? Yeah, look at that. What? I didn't hit that. Are you kidding me? Oh, fuck you! Oh, you goddamn son of a bitch. Are you kidding me? He's trying to fucking fly around the room, you asshole. Jesus. Oh my god, man. Ridiculous. VTX is over there overheating and shit. Hey, we got it up and running, yo. Jesus, look at this VTX heating up. Good lord. Oh, no. Please fly, you jerk off. No! What is happening? Oh, you prick bastard. Fuck you. So to bring the VTX temperature down, you can just really quickly blow on it. What is it? Why, though? Why won't you fly, you prick? Why did one of the motors come unplugged? How? 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 I demand to know how. See the VTX temperature drop like immediately when you start blowing on? Oh, wow, it's heating right back up, though. Alright, let's just give it a second. Let's just let it chill for a second. What was that? What? What is happening? Why am I hitting everything? And the battery's dead already. Oh, whoa, what is happening there? This thing is having a hard time. Something's going on. Something might be banging against the AIO, or I got the screws too tight or something like that. But this is I had a build like this, but then I ripped it all apart and now I redid it. I mean, for all I know, this this Happy Model Cross AIO might just be garbage. Let's do another battery. This is tuned though, and it's kind of bobbling all over the place. I wish we could feel motor heat on Tiny Whoops. This is also on Gemfan tri-blades. That could be a part of the problem. Let me go into turtle mode and spin these motors up, see if there's one that's vibrating really hard. Oh, okay. Well, that's a problem. So I beat these motors up pretty good on analog rigs. And motor number 3 is pretty rough. Motor number 3 is not loving life right now. So let's take some PID gain out of this. Oh man. Can't you? Oh, Jesus Christ. Sometimes when you do the stick command to get into the come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. When you hit the stick command to get into the OSD with Walksnail, it just doesn't show you the OSD. It's in the OSD, but it's just not... yeah, it just doesn't pop up on screen. It's kind of weird. Alright. Quad is on the gangly fan. That should bring the temperature down. Yeah, it already did. So, stick command. Nope. God damn it. Stick command for OSD. Nope. I might need to fix it. Wow, the gangly fan's not enough to keep it from overheating. Jesus, that's good to know. This does have the canopy on it, though, which blocks airflow a little bit more. Fuck, come on. I can't get the battery unplugged. God damn it. BT 2.0. Fucking... Alright. I'm more than likely too frustrated and tired and cranky to continue with this. But, really quick, like... Let's go into Betaflight. Connect. And PID tuning. Let's just bring this down a little bit and see if that helps out at all. It's probably going to make it worse, but just for the sake of argument, let's also bring this Q factor down a little bit to add a little bit of filtering. And min-max is looking good. Let's put a second notch on there. Oh, this could be a CPU load problem. This could be a TPU load letter problem. Wait, no, that's not it. It's not PC. It could be a PC load letter problem. Let me, I mean, they had this at 1.6. Let me move it back to 1.6. Maybe they used a, the slower processor in here. Alright, let's check this real quick. 3.8, that battery's done. What's this one at? 4.2? Happy days. Alright, so that... I don't know, it might be worse, but it might be better. I love when YouTubers say that. This might be good, but this might also be bad. It's like, okay, just don't say anything then. You're saying nothing. You're saying literally nothing. You're saying figuratively nothing. What the fuck? Why is it hitting things that it doesn't look like it's gonna hit? Is like the field of view that different? Yeah, it's very loose. It needs a lot more PID gain than this. Or more powerful motors than this. What the fuck, dude? It's like vacuuming to things. Is this like a 5-inch rig and I don't understand it? Why is it hitting everything? Oh, you know what? It's an up tilt problem. There's way more up tilt. What is happening? Why does it keep giving me red warnings? Yeah, yaw's a little bit soft too. Yeah, it needs more PID gains, but... Yeah, see how there's no ducts in view on the bottom of the image? That means it's got too much up tilt, and that's what's throwing me off, maybe. Okay. Whoa. Okay, easy! Yeah, I don't know. Feels very weird. I mean, it's a completely different camera and everything, so maybe it's just me being shit, but... I don't know. Interesting. Now I can't get the battery unplugged again. God damn it, Betafpv. Come on! Oh, fuck you. Jeez. What the hell? Alright, hold on. Throw one more battery into it. And see if I can get the OSD to come up. I want to push the PID gains up. See if I can get it flying better. But yeah, two of these motors are kind of banged up. Alright, stick command. What the hell, man? Why? Why? Why won't it... Stick command. Why are you... Oh, is it because I have the OSD turned? I can't turn the OSD back on. What the hell? My OSD switch is not working. You know what? The OSD is not working at all. Come to think of it. I have no OSD on here. Why is that? Why is that happening? Bueller? PC load letter? What the fuck does that mean? Where's my OSD, bro? Configuration. OSD is turned on. Adjustments. aux 2. Full range. Right? OSD profile selection. aux 2. Okay, that's correct. OSD. Set to HD. OSD profile 1 and 2. Yep, it's all here. Okay. Let me grab an element and put it dead center. Maybe these OSD elements are pushed too far down or something like that, I guess. I don't know. This is... what the hell? Modes tab. Do I have like OSD disable turned on? I do not. Oh, ports tab. Good call, Hockey Rounds. Good call, good call, good call, good call. Oh, Christ, I forget how to do it. Wait. No. Presets. Search for OSD. Oh, this better not wipe out my, my shit. Isn't... Ah, here we go. There it is. Yeah. Oh. I have to know which UART. Alright, I gotta go back in there. MSP is on... Okay, here we go. Okay. So, right, this is set up for analog, VTX table nonsense. UART 1, okay. Presets. Walksnail. Map to display port, great. UART 1. Don't we have to add 1? Isn't there some weird, like, +1 thing that we need to do on this? Let's not do it, and we'll see what happens. Alright, now let's check ports. I think... Yeah, there it is. I knew it was going to do that. Alright, cool. UART 1, MSP, OSD, let's see. Too many goddamn acronyms. I'm going to turn this off. This stupid element that I put in the middle. And we're going to disconnect. And I think that will have fixed it. Let's find out together, my friends. All right. And VRX. Here we go. I have the switch position set to turn the OSD on, so we should see it pop up. Hey, we've got OSD, and we can turn it off and on. And now when I do the stick command... Oh, fuck. It's still not... Oh! There it is. Simplified tuning. And we're going to push the D gains a bunch, all the way up to 1.6. P&I, we're going to push it all the way up to 1.4. Save and exit. Let's see how that is. Oh, yeah. It's not flying away. Yeah, now we're talking. What a fat slob this is. Oh, God. But, I mean, shit. Oh, God, I didn't see it. These motors are lighter than 802s, but significantly heavier than 702s. So yeah, we're gonna be trying some 702s. Why is this thing? Oh, the battery in the goggles is going dead, so it's highlighting red on the left and right side of the screens. And now the quad battery is falling on its face. Wow, yeah, this is very different to fly than what I'm used to. I feel like it's just too much. The up tilt is just killing me. Man, this BT2. What's really killing me is this fucking BT 2.0 lead. God damn it. Yeah, I need less up tilt on this. I have to figure out how to get less up tilt on this. It is just brutal right now. Hey, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Tighten the one screw in the canopy. Much better. Much better. All right, one more quick battery. One more. OSD is working. We got the tune cranking. Let's see what happens here. Thanks for hanging, everybody. CiottiFPV.com has a million ways you can support me. I'm completely crowdfunded so that when I review stuff, I don't care if it sucks. I tell you that it sucks. It's the way to be. I stole this method from Joshua Bardwell. It's one of the reasons that his reviews are so good. It's because he doesn't... I mean, he every once in a while he gets products, but he says it at the beginning and tells the manufacturers, hey, if this sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. Oh yeah, we can do some stuff. We can do some stuff. These are prototype tinywhoop.com 0603 30,000s on Gemfan 1208 tri-blades. Oh, that was a hard hit. Oh god, easy. Tunnel dive. Oh, we got out of it, but then just immediately crashed. Woo, shit. Okay. Oh god. It hit me in the hand. Damn, yo. This ain't bad. It's not great. I mean, it's very obviously heavy. But we're gonna start figuring that out. We're gonna try some different motors on this. We can still do things! Oh! I actually overshot that and hit the ceiling, believe it or not. Oh, come on now! Ah! Not bad, man. Not bad. Cool. Impossible power loop! Oh, we got it, sorta. Still wobbling around. At least needs some more PID gains, but... that was a super chicken out on that dive. Last move! No, I didn't even get into the tunnel. This is also a exercise in checking the durability. The Walksnail setup is an awful lot heavier. And so, yeah, this rig is going to have a hard time durability-wise. Also, I have the camera sticking its little nose out of the canopy here, and I'm concerned that yeah, the camera's just going to get completely destroyed. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to smash it into things 8,000 times in a row. Oh my god, Betaflight, you dirty rat whores. Fix this! Oh, fuck, man. Is that out of focus? I smacked the camera and it went way out of focus before the live stream, but I thought I set it back again. Alright, now we're good. Cool. Cool. Much more to come on this one. KCFPV says, when you give it throttle, your megabits per second spikes low, and so does your latency. Something's wrong. That is interesting. Maybe that's why I'm getting the red on either side of the goggles rather than goggle battery sag / deadness. So how am I powering this? Am I powering this from VBAT or from a 5-volt back? I am powering this from... Looks like that's on the VBAT, isn't it? Yeah. Huh. So I'm powering this the same way as I'm powering the other ones. I might have pushed the PIDs too far. And it is... yeah, it's basically browning the whole power system out. Interesting. We will play with that more next time. I'm burned out. So I'm going to let this one go, and then we will try some different motors. I mean, Christ, it could also be 30,000 kV motors with tri-blades. I might just be hitting the battery too hard. This is kind of the most... No, I guess this is asking even more power. Strange. Vertos User says, your camera must have been out of focus for a very long time. When you refocused it, I thought I was on the wrong channel. Squirrely Nuts says, HDZero or Walksnail for a whoop, durability is first priority. I don't know anything about durability between the two of them. I don't know if anybody does, because they're just... Not many people have those builds. To me, it's a pretty easy decision. Walksnail if you want good video quality. HDZero if you want less latency. What's more important to you? Being able to see where you can go, where you're going, or less latency? HDZero is still slightly, kind of, sort of, maybe better than analog. I have a hard time, though, because it's such a weight penalty. So, yeah, it's a tough one. But Walksnail versus HDZero is a very simple decision. Video quality, latency. Those are the two things that, yeah, that are jacking things up. That are pluses and minuses on either one. CiottiFPV says, with those huge latency and megabit drops, no wonder you're crashing. Yeah, when I was crashing, it felt like I wasn't there yet. Like, it felt like I was hitting the object before I got there. So if the latency is going bananas, I guess that would kind of sort of explain that. We'll fly a couple of different Walksnail rigs next time to see if we can sort of suss that out. But for right now, I'm just shot. I gotta put an end to this whole live stream thing here. It's 11 o'clock. I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's absurd. Is that right? 7 to 11? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 4 hours? All right, friends. Thanks for hanging. CiottiFPV.com to support me. I need it. I greatly appreciate it. And you guys do a great job, and it's amazing. Be good. I'll see you Friday. I'll be wearing a red onesie, and we'll hang out some more. Later, friends. Here comes some of the flying from... here's some of the flight footage directly off of the DVR. It's the VTX itself from yesterday. Be good. It's fine. It's fine. Later, friends. I lied. This is not flight footage from the DVR. It's gonna be from the goggles. I'm putting it back in. Later, friends.